Do you find it with your luck? At the remedy, we're right into it all. So let's make it last a while. Yeah, let's make it last a while. Let's go out. We can have it out. We can set it all. Take me where you wanna go, and I'll be waiting for you when it comes around. Feels so good. Feels so right in my mind. Let's stay up. Feels so good. I'm alive. Let's stay up. Feels so good. I'm alive.
Feeling fine when times are high. Moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if I haven't sent every cloud that's pleasant, but you know it ain't for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, come and go, they come and go, come and go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, come go, they come and go, come and go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough, we're gonna get past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words even a scar, but she'll be covered now, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, come and go, they come and go. And all these times I never come back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, come and go, they can go, come and go.
They don't have the tool into Elio. Elio waiting in the wings, takeover, looking for it, lands onto multiple.
Ball gets both the carries and on the back line. Doesn't have access to that perfect execution. Driver's going to go down. Former standing Doggo 1 HP. Gonna have to re. Game just to be over. How long? Very low, the between worlds used, but the comes out and Dyer. Here's the flex away, and a shot 30 somehow weaves it. It's going to be one answer back though as Carl taking out. Arjun getting very low. Does have to flash the wall, and Hero down. Fofo's going to find the kill. He loses the vast majority of his health. Check, Lil, the flash. Rail engage is there. You will find it, but it's not the best. It only lands onto the bullet time's okay. It's doing damage on the back end. Ally, this Otacon down to 3k. It's doing damage to Mir though. Down Bull Panther, it's the shutdown. And now forward, Team Wolves go. But Mir going down. Aaron, nothing's going to have to be committed. They see the teleport going forward. He finds a three-man flash body slam. And it's fast starts and ends. Aria, he doesn't get the best rush, but Petty doesn't care. He just clicks on you.
Oh, you've only got Arctic halfway down. Well, there you go. What a jump.
Crash. He finds it in. The crash down lands onto many people, and it's the public execution through. And TLN, they're getting run over. Custer trying to find what he can, and Benny just having to run away. No fofo means no host. It's a double kill going over to his, so the can as well.
With my chest now, I got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way you say my name, the way you touch my face. It's like our bodies move so easily, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way you touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Take me like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath, begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
10 minutes earlier than usual. We're here. It is the LCP. It is the first split of 2025, and it's a great set of games we have in store for you today. I once again will be Veshin, your host, and alongside me, he's becoming a very familiar face. It's Blue Panda.
Oh, look, it's great. I'm really enjoying seeing Asia Pacific League of Legends. I mean, I've said this at the very start. First show was on. I love Asia Pacific. It's a tenacious region. They really just do some of the craziest stuff, and it makes for some of the most exciting gameplay. Plus, I'm a die-hard League of Legends fan. I've been playing since high school. I was there season 2. Remember season 2 back when you could jungle Alistar because you just one-hit every camp. It was great. It was a great time. A very different time. A very different competitively time, in fact. But yeah, coming into it, especially coming today, I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and obviously just starting to talk about today, I think today, very high stakes, because ultimately what we have on the cards today is the 4 biggest teams from their respective region. First up, we are going to have, some massive hitters in Talon up against SoftBank. So sort of the most successful org that was from Taiwan playing in the PCS versus the most successful org, at least in recent years, coming in from the LJL in SoftBank. Really, really high stakes game for both of them. Obviously, Talon, they're pretty locked into the playoffs now, but can they continue their dominance? Haven't lost a 1v1, haven't lost a series. SoftBank, almost opposite story.
Yeah, I mean, you say this is the biggest teams from their respective regions, but the skill drop-off between them is a bit,
for sure.
bit severe. There is definitely a gap. But, I mean, you look at the likes of SHG, definitely feels like we haven't seen what they're capable of by any stretch of the imagination. They're not a team that we expect to be in the position they're in, and it is a bit shocking for most of us that they are where they are. Whereas you look at the GAM, Chiefs, this is always an acclimatizing season for them. They come in, get used to how things roll, playing in an unfamiliar environment. And stage 2, split 2, that's when they can really start their campaign of dominance in the wider Asia Pacific region. Whereas GAM, again, similar spot to SHG, they're not quite where we expect them to be,
for sure.
Potentially a little bit higher, but it's still early enough in the season for them that they can lock in playoffs and then really have a good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you just touched on, obviously in the second game, it is GAM up against Chiefs, so the most successful VCS org in history, going up against Chiefs, the most successful Oceanic org in history. So it is.
That would be up for debate. Let's be honest. There are some people who would say
in
otherwise.
terms of league,
but in terms of esports and Oceania, Chiefs is synonymous.
Yes, absolutely. But of course, before we get to that game, it is the first game that we touched on, SoftBank versus Talon, and we do have one of the videos prepared for you, one of the introductions to the team. It is going to be Talon Esports, so please do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多，就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑的担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的，那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点。对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Very good video. I think apt introduction to them. I liked at the end where they're like, we're definitely going every international, at least here in Split 1. They're definitely making that claim look realistic.
Well, I mean, statistically, yeah, you kind of got to back them at the moment. I mean, they lead in pretty much every statistic across the board. Betty currently has a 21 KD right now. He is nearly doubling the next highest, which is Shogun in the exact same role. Statistically, yeah, they are coming up green across the board. The only stat where they struggle is at gold at 15, where they're on average 300 gold behind, which at that stage in the game really doesn't matter. And they're getting 66.7% of first bloods in the games that they play, with a still 100% win rate. It's just, it's mind-boggling the numbers they're putting up. And it is top and bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. SHG is at the very bottom. And this Talon team is confident. They know they're good. I mean, they're just insanely mechanically skilled. We play to the draft. It was said in the video. They do exactly that. Even from behind, they play to the win condition, which is, you know, build up, look for an opportunity, and then strike. And they strike just viciously.
Yeah, for sure. I think the most well-rounded team currently, where out of every team, this is the one you can look at and be like, can Fofo carry? Yes. Can Kasa carry? Yes. Can Arja? Can Betty? Yes. All of them can be that carry force in the team. And I think, especially when you come into the early stages, Fearless Draft, that's going to be a huge step up of the competition because, you know, some other teams, they might have one guy that is their main carry. DFM strikes me as one of those teams where you really want Arya to be the carry, but all of a sudden all these champs are being lost to bans, to Fearless Draft, and it becomes a lot harder. I think the versatility that Talon have is pretty much one of the main things that do keep them in the lead. But that is it for the pre-show. We will be back in roughly 3 minutes after the introduction and whatnot to bring you tonight's first game between Talon and SoftBank.
Baby, you ain't got to be paid.
hype video gets me every time. It gets me every single time. It's such a great build-up for what's about to come. And once again, we just touched on it, but Talon up against SoftBank. This was the grand final for both spring and summer last year in the PCS, and now we get to see it for the first time this year. Obviously, I think both teams are looking substantially different than they were before. I've touched on it multiple times, both on and off stream, that I think SoftBank are lacking that X factor. They used to have Dasher in the mid lane, and he was just someone you could really rely on to just carry a game, take it across the finish line. Haven't seen that yet out of SoftBank, but today, if they're going to prove their worth, it's now to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've only had the chance to commentate the SHG once, and that was against the Vikings, and it was a blowout, let's be honest. It was a pretty rough match, 22-10, 19-7 in the second game. So it has been a pretty brutally one-sided affair. So for me, they really haven't left much of a mark. This is really their chance. And I think at the end of the day, the expectation is once again that SoftBank will not win this match outright, but if they can at least put up a showing, if they do not go quietly into the night here, then there is faith that they could climb their way back into the playoffs. If not, look, I think it's just another, chip of the tooth.
Okay, Cassiopeia mirror matchup. One top laner and one mid laner. Now, Cassiopeia is a champ that can be played in both roles. Oh, we've had a switch up. It was Cassiopeia. Now, it's Ambessa. Talon are still yet to use Draven. I guarantee you they're going to put Betty in and they're going to use Draven for their matchup against CFO. I'm calling it now.
Possibly, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where you want something that you can absolutely storm through a 1v1 with, and Talon are completely untouched at the moment. They're undefeated in 1v1s, undefeated in the 5v5, bringing in a Cassiopeia against an Ambassador as well. Having that miasma to negate some of that movement means it's going to be a little bit harder. Petrifying Gaze, just the raw damage output that a Cassiopeia brings to the table in a range versus melee matchup. Yeah, look, if Ambessa can get onto the Cassiopeia, then there could be problems, but again, miasma, kind of great for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think Fofo, it's a little hard. The thing about like these movement stopping abilities is you have to choose when to use it. That's going to be the key, because ultimately, yeah, you can stop them from moving temporarily, but as soon as Ambessa's off, she's still going to have 5 dashes. The what's it called? The public execution is a key one. How is Fofo going to navigate against that? And
okay, yeah, just full commitment to like I'm going to hit as hard as I can, but also you're a mage, so this kind of sucks.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I mean, Fofo going for a tier, obviously really needing the mana, as very mana reliant is the old Cassiopeia. Evie, though, a very capable player. He plays Ambessa in the regular game, so now he's going to get to play it here in the 1-1. You definitely know that he's aware of how to pilot a champion. Fofo as well, I'm sure, has a lot of reps on the Cassiopeia. Evie just going in for a bit of poke there. It's going to, unfortunately...
I mean, the one problem I'm seeing, Ambessa has been woefully unimpressive in the 5v5 at the moment, unfortunately. I mean, a handful of games where it's actually looked like Ambessa has done much. And I think it speaks to, we've talked about it, the top 4 teams have yet to play it, really, and it's the teams that are really struggling in the competition at the moment that have had it and they haven't been able to shine on it, so it makes it look even worse.
Yeah, Evie's first game this, I believe it was his very first game, up against CFO, I believe. He did pull out the Ambessa and it looked very good. It was actually their one game when they got in the series. So there has been signs of life from the Ambessa, but I agree. I think, in general, it hasn't been all that impressive. And, again, as you touched on, partially due to which team is picking it in the series. I remember last year, to once again quote or mention what happened in the PCS, was I think globally Varus at the time was just the undisputed BAD carry in the game, but in the PCS it was something like 1 win, 9 losses, or some crazy stat like that. It was simply because the teams that were supposed to win were just letting the Varus go over and dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation in the drafts. I mean, if a champion is considered to be too strong...
Oh, Lord.
Wow, Eddie. A lot of trouble.
Oh, Lord, he does have one more dash. No, Fofo will not miss, but will not get the kill either. Evie with just enough magic resist to be able to survive there. Still, you're seeing the punishment that Fofo has available to himself. There was still barrier up and available for Evie, so ultimately, even if one more E did get out there, it wasn't going to result in all that much. His trade coming down to the wire, Fofo running out of mana and both of them running out of health. Barrier and Ignite used from both of these competitors. Oh.
Yeah, 6 largely meaningless there without the mana to back it up.
Uh-oh. Smart by Evie. Threatening that public execution would have ultimately probably just ended up in a 1-for-1 trade.
Petrifying Gaze is there now, so if maybe Fofo had tried to bait in the dive, might have eventuated in something, but better safe than sorry in this situation. There's not just, you know, side pick on the line, it's reputation now at this stage. You're undefeated. Why would you stop that now?
I completely agree. Evie's going to get it back off, and despite what looked like a troubling lane state, is actually going to be fairly far ahead in terms of gold. Got himself a plate as well as some extra minions as he pushed the wave in. A bunch of minions also dying on Fofo's tower, means he will not have the option to pick those ones up. So now, can Fofo somehow sort of, nullify the lead, I suppose? You see just more magic resist, more health coming up through Evie.
Yeah, but the response being a glacial buckler from Fofo. So mana and armor. Just a little bit more of a pain to deal with. And ability haste to boot. I think, yeah, in an outright fight, I'm not sure Evie can 100% take it just because that Petrifying Gaze can be such a significant momentum shift.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both of these, you know, Evie probably has the reaction time to answer it, but it's not easy. Particularly if Fofo is able to do it midway through a dash, then, you know, it's just even harder to dodge away, look away from Medusa.
You mean Cassiopeia?
Yeah.
Not the same.
Functionally.
I mean, yeah, look, is it effective? Who knows? Who knows? I can't speak to whether or not Medusa had the tail, but depending on what you go by, then yes, she does. Fofo, though, I mean, look, yeah, he's got some good control back. He really is just, I mean, it's just a constant damage output of the Cassiopeia with the Tear, with the Glacial Buckler is really rough to deal with as a melee champion.
For sure. What if we just didn't realize, but Medusa actually had one singular strand of hair that was the reason people would be turned into stone, and that strand of hair, snake hair, was Cassiopeia?
I think we're just getting too deep into the rabbit hole, honestly. Too much theory crafting can be a bad thing. The internet is very much proof of that. But Fofo now down a level. I mean, it's fairly even across the board in terms of, you know, CS. Fofo's caught up, but Evie just wants to force the issue.
Yeah, not taking all that much damage, trying to sidestep out of the poison coming through Fofo, and there it is, the turn away, not going to be able to stun up this Ambessa. Does manage to proc the Hex Drinker though, so that is at least something from the trade, but you know, as things stand, Evie having a pretty good time for himself. I think Fofo once again running out of mana. He has that tier stacking up, but he's going to have to find himself a recall now. And get that mana back topped up to look for another potential fight angle. Evie did admittedly lose both of his summoners. He's going to go for the cancel on the recall and does successfully do so. Fofo coming out worse for wear as things stand.
I mean, I'm not necessarily sure that's true. It has the advantage in terms of CS. So, I mean, they're both 10. Evie, I think, getting a little bit better of the engagement. But both are in a position where if they misplay, even by a step, they're dead.
Yeah. Will be a little bit harder for Fofo without the ultimate for the time being.
That plus the, the constraints of mana, yeah. It sucks being a resource champion.
Sudden death will begin soon.
Evie might just try and find a way to cancel this back. He's not going to have the damage to take out the tower just yet. So it will not be a tower win condition, but it is going to be additional gold in the back pocket of himself on this Ambessa now. As well as more minions going away. He's on a slight level advantage. That is going to be the Frozen Heart and a Blasting Wand picked up by Fofo.
So it's about a 400 GP difference off the plates. Yeah, back was pretty well timed there. More coming out. So, I mean, look, I think it just, if Evie lands the combo, realistically, it is a case of whoever lands the combo is likely going to walk away the victor.
Fofo going and denying the healing relic. Realizing now that minions don't matter, like in the slightest. Still. Circle now closing in. Going to come down to one all-in. Both of our competitors do have all summoners available to themselves. Ult also up. It's going to be very interesting. I think this one Gonna come down the wire. It's a Mora Malmortis already finished for Evie as well. That's a very, very scary thing to deal with. All that gonna be able to miss or dodge out even of the public execution. This miasma usage is gonna be so key, and there he does find it, but he's run out of vision, and there's still such a massive magic shield to come through. Evie, can he connect on the abilities? Fofo needs to land a Q as well, but he's run out of mana, and it's gonna be Talon's first loss at anything here in the LCP, and it's gonna be Evie, the man to take it.
Oh, that's a blow and a half. Bottom of the leaderboard. And you come in and take first blood in the 1v1s against Talon. That is massive from Evie. And he just... Fofo's gone.
Oh, Betty's blonde.
Yeah. Look, yeah, well, maybe the color drained from his hair as Fofo loses the 1v1. Fofo was gone. Evie didn't get the fist bump off. That is a big, big blow to a team that is undefeated, is not really used to being challenged. To all of a sudden, Fofo, arguably the best mid laner in the competition, loses in a 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it can come down to champs. It seemed like it was pretty impossible for Fofo to navigate his way through that lane. Just too much health for his mana pool to deal with. And Evie, you know, just buys his time, gets down to that final... What is it, the final ring, whatever,
yeah,
and does manage to win out the 1-1. Hex Drinker doing so much work for him the entirety of that game. And now they will have side selection. Blue side would be my prediction, but just based on everyone selecting that side.
I do have to question, you know, how much did the Frozen Heart really do for Fofo in that situation? Would an offensive item maybe have helped him pick up the win there? Look, the mana was great and all, but it felt like he didn't have the damage output, just a blasting wand in the inventory. So it was a bit rough, I think, in the end. But Evie, I mean, it's a huge blow to strike. They get side selection, they go blue, which is where we've seen everyone going. But it would be dishonest, I think, of us to say that is it. You know, SHG have just done everything they need to win. There is still a lot more to do. Talon have looked impeccable. Like they've just been untouchable. Yeah. Even when they've been down 11k gold and they bring it back. So I don't know how much hope this 1v1 victory gives them.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that gods can bleed, right? We saw, okay, yes, they're not perfect. Their early game could use some scrubbing up because the way that Team Secret Wales ultimately exploited them for the majority of that first game of their series shows that there are ways to take down this team, but you've just got to get that lead and actually close it, because if you give any inch back to them, they're just going to run away with it, and that's what we saw. In this matchup, I think generally it's going to be harder for SoftBank to find leads, simply because Team Secret Wales, as we've seen time and time and time again, have very volatile games. So if they play volatile and come out victorious in their volatility, then that's how they find these massive leads, but we also see it go the other way, whereas SoftBank, they tend to like to be a little bit more reserved and you know, bide their time and wait for things. And I think maybe part of why we're not seeing success is because you can't really do that this split. You have to just force the issue a lot of the times, just because the uptime of objective, like there's almost no downtime on objectives. There's either a dragon, there's Void Grubs, Rift Herald, Arakan, Baron.
I think there was one instance so far in the last 2 weeks that I've been involved with where we did actually have significant downtime, and that is because, you know, both were on a 4-minute cooldown. I think it was we were waiting for Baron and Dragon at the same time, so there was not really much to be done other than pressure the map and farm a little bit, and then, you know, force a dumb fight and lose. So it's kind of how it goes. And we have seen all these teams struggle with how to handle that downtime. They get a bit antsy, they feel a need to force the issue, and that is where those mistakes come in, and a team like Talon is always going to exploit you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think SoftBank, I mean, it's the first time we've seen them since the Lunar New Year break. We'll see if they come back revitalized with a new look. I think you need to find one of these players, be it, you know, Courage, Fate, Marble, Evie, to be that carry force. Well, I don't think any of them are particularly bad or like playing poorly by any stretch of the imagination. You do just need someone that is not playing consistently okay to have games where he is just popping off, and we haven't seen that from them yet.
Yeah, I mean, the highest KD on the team is Courage with a 2. Like, it has just not been a very, very good run or comfortable run or a clean run, honestly, from SHG. Yeah, look, they do have that one win under the belt against GAM in Playday 1, but that was a long time ago now, and it's against a team like GAM who are, you know, middle of the pack at the moment. Talon are a vastly different beast. They've shown that they're flexible. They show that they can play champions very, very well to an insanely high level. So, well, as it stands, SHG, look, I kind of want them to do something a little bit out of left field. Go for something that is going to throw Talon off a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I do like to see as well. When you're going up a team that you're not really expected to beat, make it a little bit volatile. There's some complexity to your draft, something that people aren't used to seeing. We saw other teams do that. You know, DFM coming in with the Vladimir Pantheon looked really, really strong. They were comfortable on it. The other team weren't comfortable against it. Can SoftBank have something in their back sleeve that it looks like that? I'm sure, you know, these players all would have played many different champions that aren't played on stage currently, and there's no reason why you can't bring them out, because half the time the meta is a little bit fraudulent in League, I find, where champs are just being played because Chovy and Faker over in the LCK play them, not because they are necessarily the best champs on the patch. And I think, you know, anyone can find their niche and work around that niche and force other teams to adapt to it. When you're the first team to have to try and adapt to it, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, there is a point where meta becomes a bit of a crutch. You feel like you're limited to what is considered good, and then though you see it in the LCK, the LPL, teams will pick out champions that they just like playing, they feel comfortable playing, they think works well with their team, and these other teams just don't know how to deal with it, and they just crumble. But I mean, looking at what we've seen out of TLN, they have showed that every capacity, every meta pick at the moment that they can handle very, very comfortably, especially out of Caster in the jungle. He's played 3 champions, Xin Zhao, Sejuani, and Lee Sin, all very much within the realms of the meta in the jungle at the moment. So, I mean, look, he is going to be rock solid out of that jungle. I don't think you can target him down.
No.
But I think, honestly, if you were going to target bans anywhere, it has to be at Betty. Guy's got a 21.7 KD.
Yeah,
you need to shut him down.
I kind of agree, but I just think he plays so many AD carries, you can't really. I mean, we come in the Kalista, the Corki, that's aimed at Betty for the Kalista and Fofo and Betty for the Corki, but ultimately there's just too much up. There's too much available here, especially in game number 1, where you can't really reliably take him off something he's comfortable on. I think, while, you know, Betty's KDA is impressive and he's been playing very well, I think Fofo has been the driving force between a lot of their success. The game that they were down, you know, 12k gold, Betty found a really nice 4th shot admittedly, but Fofo was offloading so much damage, and he just has been doing that so consistently. We saw him against the Chiefs on his Victor. We've seen him multiple times on these control mages, on the Corki, completely dominate his lane, go into these team fights, and then do the same in the 5v5. So finding a way to nullify that, I think, is going to be the key to success, because eventually Betty's going to come online. There's no way to stop Betty from coming online, but Fofo, to me, has been the person allowing for that to happen.
Absolutely, but I mean, the one other tack you could possibly take is to try and shut down Woody.
Yeah.
So put him on a support where he isn't going to be as capable of keeping Betty alive and safe in these fights. Make it so that, I mean, Betty, if you crack that support, which if you put him on something uncomfortable, it can be very hard, you just get steamrolled. Betty can't do much, he can't move because his support can't stay in a fight long enough to keep him there. So, look, there's multiple ways to do it, but I don't think game 1 is going to be the one to do it. That's you want, you know, that fearless draft to come into effect, make it a little bit tighter for them. But unfortunately, yeah, this Talon team has just proved so flexible.
Absolutely. Fofo informing his coach Corgi there, please remove this Ambessa champ. I just had to lane against it and it sucked. Cassante, going to be the first pick here for Evie, a champion that every single top laner in the world should play. Otherwise, I don't know how you're playing top currently, as it's been the best champion in the top lane for the past 2 years.
You joke, but this is the first time Evie's played it. So
yeah, no, I mean, he played it last year a lot.
Yeah, but
I have watched him.
This split, it's the first time he's played. He's chucked Ambessa out there 3 times. He's, you know, Rumble, Ornn, Renekton, Jax. Varus going to be the answer, and that just, you pair it with the Vi, and already Talon's draft is looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if this were a team in a different region, I think this would be a pretty bad start to the draft, simply because there are champs that do completely shut down Vi. Things like an Ivern, which we've seen Talon have to go up against at Worlds before, and really suffered it, or struggled to get through anything. They were up 7k gold in that game and weren't able to do anything about it. But it's just going to be hand shook with a Xin Zhao, does fine into the Vi, can sort of get isolated by Vi, but then stop being hit by everyone else, which is okay, but still, I think a missed opportunity perhaps. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a stretch. You would have had to practice these unique comps. Israel, a safe AD carry against Vi, of course. You're able to dash out into safety where Vi becomes a little bit isolated.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first Vi forecaster as well. You know, he's been hard stuck on his 3 champions. Now he's branching out a little. Israel, I mean, I can understand why you'd want to bring Israel to the table. Varus, the Chains of Corruption, is going to be a real pain. Vi, cease and desist, absolute monster to lock down any wayward ADC. So Marble now has a bit of flexibility playing with it.
Yeah.
Victor for Fofo. He's played it twice already. They are undefeated in the competition. It's, I mean, to be fair, I don't know what you target out away from him. Giving Kalista, if I'm being honest, I think Kalista might have been worth giving up, despite, you know, it's having such an insane presence purely because of its ban rate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kalista is a very strong champ, and a lot of AD carries don't play it. It's a very unique champ. And Betty probably is the best killister in the league. He has been the best killister in the PCS, at least for the past 2 years, or 2 and a bit years. And so it makes sense to get rid of it, I suppose. But yeah, it does just let Victor go over. You had the opportunity to take it away if you so chose. Didn't choose to do so, and so, I mean, now Fofo's going to be on extreme comfort and a champion that ultimately will eventually just take over a game.
It definitely feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. Like, really, without having that duelist draft into play going into, the likes of Games 2, Games 3, you are limited. We're back to sort of the vanilla League of Legends back in the day. Interesting that it's SHG that bans out the Poppy. I mean, really, Poppy can only go on a support, and I don't think you really want to pair the Poppy with the Israel. I think there's possibly better picks that you can chuck with him at the moment, just especially given how, the Famine Poppy has been, especially in that support role, which is where it would have to go.
It could go top. Cassante can't really do anything into Poppy. So, and RJ is a Poppy player, so it could have gone top. I think not many teams in the league would I say it could go top, but RJ specifically has put quite a bit of time into Poppy. Anyway, I think it's a good ban. It shuts down Zinzao, shuts down the Cassante, so getting rid of it makes a lot of sense.
For SHG, I think it would have been a great pick to have, especially, into the Vi.
Yeah.
You got this heavy engaged, you deny that, and then the rest of the team is comfortable at range, which if they haven't got that front line, it's hard to deal with.
And a mobile carries, which you can use the Keeper's Verdict on. Anyway, it wasn't to be. Melee mid's now taken away, so the dueling potential will not be there for Fate. And the tank Jace now going to come out for RJ. Last possible day. Oh, no, 2 more days it can happen. Today and tomorrow. But
going from the 3-day week to a 4-day week throws you a little bit.
Yeah. It is going to be the Jace. Now, what's the answer? Keeping the support last pick available for Talon, which is, a good way to round out a comp generally. Still, we have a mid laner. Zia looking to be the pick, and this is a timeless classic, this matchup. I believe Season 5, where Faker and Easy Hoon were getting subbed out for one another, and this was the meta. It was Victor versus Zia every single game. One of my favorite metas, actually.
Leona comes in as a response. I mean, I rate the draft from SHG. I wouldn't say it's particularly overwhelming or underwhelming in any role. I think the biggest struggle is Israel isn't going to have as great an effect as Varus. I mean, yes, True Shot Barrage, great and all, but those, Chains of Corruption just do so much more in a team fight. So I feel like, and a Renata Varus spot lane. I feel like Talon will be able to do a lot more sooner.
Yeah, this is a very scary bot lane. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a lane swap come out, simply because it's very, very sad to be a Leona against Varus Renata. You go in, you go for the all-in, and oh my god, we've blown everything on this AD carry who has now just gone back to full health and got to revive off. It is a very difficult lane to navigate, as well as both top laners are champs that are more than happy to just 2v1, so I wouldn't be too surprised to just see a lane swap come through and the handshake come out, because ultimately, Ezreal gets to his Triforce, feels pretty good. Varus, who I assume will go on hit, gets to his Blade of the Ruin King and feels pretty good. But it's the early game that would be the struggle for the Leona Ezreal.
Missed the good old days when Varus first came out. It was just, standard crit build. That's just because you get the attack speed 0 and you just hit them as hard as you can. Oh dear, the different metas we've had in League of Legends. Truly a time to behold. Maybe that's the shift we need. Fearless Draft 2025. Maybe we go like
patch randomizer.
That's the one. Like the set revival for TFT, but for League of Legends, we go to different years of competitive seasons and dual jungle. Let's bring that back. That was a wild time.
Yeah. I just hope we never ever experience patch 420 again. I don't know if you were playing.
I definitely would have been.
It was the Warwick, the Smite, the Feral Flare update, and it was the old Warwick where he had point and click ult, and he'd smite you, ult you, and you'd be one shot. Just actual one shot as well.
Back in the old days when Warwick could very, very comfortably just solo Baron without the team, so you just clear vision. Yeah, Baron's gone. Well, this sucks.
Talon, predicting the lane swap to come out, have decided to 4-man stack this bush. Or 3-man rather, as 2 are there to be able to collapse in quick notice. It is going to be the swap. I think no one really that surprised. Do Talon opt to check into it and send their bot lane to the top lane as well? I, again, wouldn't be surprised to do it, because it should be a favorable matchup for Betty and Woody, ultimately.
Yeah, I think... Honestly, at this stage, SHG, no lane is really all that comfortable. Regardless, I mean, even in a lane swap, it still just favors Talon a little bit more. especially with an 80 carry, the caliber of Betty, getting him ahead where you can. The guy's just an absolute beast. So SHG boys had a tall task on their hands coming into this game, and even more so given the draft for TLN. And you can see, yeah, it is going to be the 2-1-1.
Yeah. Not too surprising to see, really.
Got him.
Yep, does land against the Guardian, which is, I mean, fairly substantial, but unfortunately you got Pinata Leona as your support level 1, so shouldn't really be much of an angle to capitalize on it.
No, it's not even about, it's a moral victory at the end of the day. First ability landed, goes the way of Marble. I'm not seeing a possibility there's an insane amount of kill threat at any of these lanes, unless the junglers get involved. Maybe in the top side, get a couple of levels on Gang. But even then, Israel, ADC, it's going to rely on landing a lot of poke and then from there the follow-up. So this should be a pretty cruisy first couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think ultimately TLN have the stronger lanes, just 3 if you can navigate that. And a lot of it's like the pain of, you know, okay, we've got an even team comp, let's say. But unfortunately, both teams scale just as well, but TLN have a stronger early game team comp. That means now the game becomes a lot harder for Courage, because he's somehow got to be the impacting player to get these lanes to the point where, okay, now it is even between both champs.
Yeah. I mean, Eevee just desperately wanted that lane swap, so I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a reset. Unfortunately for SHG, they haven't been given the opportunity. TLN is pushing in all 3 lanes. They've got huge amounts of priority around the map. We are still a wee way off those neutral objectives spawning up though, so it's just going to provide a situation where TLN can get the farm that they're looking for. Maybe look to make a playoff. Look, there is a possibility where TLN actually walk away with both neutral objectives if they play their cards right.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams, though, will be prioritizing the grubs at the beginning of the game, as you know, both bot laners are up here. There could be some recalls coming through, and you know, one team being like, okay, we'll go over some grubs. Flash forward here. Woody going to be the target. Does get jumped on. Is going to be able to have that revive available to himself, but will he be able to proc it? It definitely doesn't look so. There's going to be first blood going over. Courage will claim it for himself. And a massive mistake out of Woody there. SoftBank who strike first.
That was the longest arms in Zhao jump I think I've ever seen. That would have had to have been right on the outer limit. And they did go for a response gank in the mid lane onto Fate. Unsuccessfully, Fate didn't have to burn anything for his troubles. So I think, yeah, SHG, great start from them. Getting themselves in an opportunity where they could and taking down, yes, look, it's only Woody on the support, but he is going to be integral to shutting down Betty as well.
Yeah. As you said, only the support, but yeah, that means now Betty loses lane priority, and you see the gold now favoring the bot lane. Oh my lord, that's a scary amount of health to be in. He is okay, he will have a shield as well as his damage reduction. That Going to see a lot of trading going down in the middle lane. In will go Gang, but he's not able to find the kill there onto Fofo. Still, Casa going to be slowed up, but does manage to get away. Nothing really resulting from the play in mid, but importantly, no one dying, I guess, for either side. Fate does now hit level 6. If he had that slightly earlier, could have been an entirely different play. But now SoftBank into the jungle. Woody, this would be the second time. The handshake. The awareness that he had to have had there.
Woody just narrowly escaping disaster for a second time there. That could have been very rough. But Casa, off the back of that shenanigans in mid, will look to take this first Drake. Wood has spotted it, so Casa backing off, seeing that there is pressure coming down from the middle lane. Gang and Courage still hanging around. I just don't know if there's a heck of a response, and I think Talon right now, yeah, identifying that, well, if Courage is going to make a play under the Drake, we need to then take grubs, but SHG look like they might have pivoted back in response.
Oh, Betty finding a nice trade for himself there. Marble not quite going to be able to get the dash on the way, out of the way of that piercing arrow, but yeah, Void Grub's now being started up by Courage. Looks like Cast is in the area, maybe even walking towards them. That's one taken. Gonna now turn around and get that Scuttle Crab for himself, preferring the XP over the objective, at least for the time being, as Fofo pushes in the mid lane, able to come and answer with the rest of his team now. See what Talon decide to do. Ooh. Maybe even the Crab gonna be able to be picked up. Fofo, oh, he's kind. If I was that Victor, that was +4 CS to my total right there.
Absolutely, number go up. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. I mean, interesting. I would have thought SHG probably had a little bit more priority, especially with that Emperor's Divide and True Shot Barrage up for them to threaten, but I mean, Chains of Corruption up as well. It looks like Gang is well out of position. So yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay on the side of SHG in terms of this tempo control. And they only get the one grub, they at least deny that aspect of the feats of strength. Caster now though with a cease and desist. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey for SHG's carries.
Yeah, for sure. Still though, I mean, now is the time of the lane where Fofo has to be very scared in mid as well, on the other hand, where, you know, Fate has that Emperor's Divide. He can look for Fofo, who does not have Flash alongside his jungler. And it can be very problematic. We've seen it happen many times already. And honestly, you're usually good for one of them a game, most Azirs. It's like a rite of passage playing a mobile mage against Azir. You get to have fun the first 5 levels, but level 6...
Okay, they're gearing up for a dive here in the top lane. No Solar Flare for Gang either. Marble is going to have to play fancy feet to try and get out of this, especially with Chains of Corruption up and available with the cease and desist. They do have the ward though.
Yeah, okay, all 4 sums available here for SoftBank. We'll see how Talon navigate this. They go forward, the Chain of Corruption does go wide. You're not going to have that additional damage, but BD's still going to get the kill, still going to get the double. And Talon execute Neron flawlessly.
Yeah, SHG for some reason decide that leaving tower range is the best play, when I think, honestly, yes, I question it. They're so determined to deal with Caster. I'm not sure 100% that if they just stick under the tower that was going to return a kill at the very least, but regardless, it might have set up something. It was just a rough spot to be in, especially given they had the information a little bit earlier.
What's happened down here? Heavy's altered.
Yeah, just more fighting around the map. I think SHG are finding themselves in that position where we've seen so many teams here before. They're getting to that point where they are going to begin to feel like they need to force the issue, and they're going to start throwing away opportunities.
Yeah, just Talon feel like a ticking time bomb. You know, now out of almost nowhere, just one great dive found by Caster and the rest of Talon. It's now Betty who's up 1k gold and very, very strong here. Not quite got the Blade of the Ruin King, so no item spike just yet. Woody now looking aggressively onto Courage. Caster's going to come in, going to be able to get the smite and force the flash away from the Xin Zhao. And Fate not able to find any angle for that Emperor's Divide, meaning that Talon will be able to successfully defend their jungler as well as force out a summoner.
There's also a hostile takeover rather, available, and these choke points could be very, very deadly. I don't know, again,
Tipping over.
It's mind-boggling to me that this transitions into a Drake in favor of SHG when they almost found themselves caught out in Talon's jungle.
Yeah, I think it's just too hard to walk in, is the problem. You've got a bunch of immobile champions, ultimately only Caster with any real way to dodge out of an Emperor's Divide, and you are still not quite at your power spike, right? The Varus, yes, he is strong, does not have the Blade of the Ruin King online, so still will relative to the Israel, not be hitting as hard as you perhaps would like, and first Dragon, not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to respect it though from Talon. They could have easily pulled the trigger there, overcommitted, really lost an important fight, but they say, no, look, we're winning. We need to play this one smart. We need to play this one the way we are. We know what the draft's goal is. We're just going to keep to that.
For sure. They're not going to feel bad about scaling, that's for sure. As another lull period, I imagine, as maybe the Void Grubs will show us some action. 30 seconds until those do spawn up in the top side of the map, and you've seen it. Every time we pan our cameras towards these two top laners, very eager to battle.
That's just every top laner though. They're happy to fight. We saw that a little bit to the extreme last night. But I mean, at the moment, Woody, heading towards the mid side. These grubs up in a moment. Very, very happy to sit there up in the face of fate.
Yeah. No real threat onto him. Fofo comes in, drops a laser. Cost Fate half his HP, and now mid lane priority in favor of Talon, and going to likely start up these Void Grubs. Wouldn't be too surprised to see them collect all 3 of them. But we'll see. Do SoftBank want to challenge? There's a teleport coming in behind Betty. Betty does have a shutdown. It's going to be Fate coming in. Emperor's Divide available to himself, and no one here in support of this Varus. Betty with the Chain of Corruption. There's nowhere for him to run. Going to turn around, try and look for Marble. Can he find the kill? Oh, Marble actually going to use the barrier, but dodges out of the piercing arrow anyway. Really great find by Fate. All damage now onto Evie. Chaos Storm down, but still he's very tanky on the Cassante. Bit of a knockback from RJ, but still Cassante's health not really faltering at the top for the time being. Evie now will use the all out. He's got nowhere to go though. He should just be going down, and RJ will claim it. Would he even Walking Ray on a minute amount of HP, but a minute is more than enough to not give over any gold. True shot barrage. Not going to land.
I have to say that I'm hugely impressed at how long Evie survived it with 4 players on him. We'll lose the tower ultimately, but I think they drew it out long enough to get Fate even more gold. He gets the shutdown off of Betty. He's going to get some plates off the tower as well, which I think he is a linchpin for this SHG roster. You want him to be as fed as possible, because from there you can really have huge impact over the game as an Azir. Unfortunately, feats of strength go on the way of Talon. They get the kills, they get the tower.
Yeah. Not the worst though. Should be completely okay, really. I find the feats of strength a little bit worthless. I don't want to say worthless. I was trying to think of a word, but they don't really add that much. It doesn't feel.
Yeah, I mean, they're far from the be-all and all. But you look at someone like Fofo on the Victor. Oh my lord, those mage boots are the Silk boots are gonna really hurt with the flat plus percentage pen. And oh, look at that, Woody and Anji getting the demolition proc. It's a lot of damage onto that mid tower.
Yeah, just half out from nowhere. Gonna be pretty good for them going forward, especially if they pick up the Rift here. It almost guarantees that will go down, and maybe not one charge. It might be a little bit risky to walk up for that, but still near on.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Fate though, he's still scaling very well. He's up 1k gold on Fofo. Admittedly, Fofo not that far behind in the grand scheme of things. It's really just that kill that was also a shutdown that went over.
I mean, it's interesting. We're seeing a lot of these lane swaps just trying to funnel gold onto those that need it. You can see Marble down in the bot lane against his opponent, and Fofo actually, he's going to go Merc Treads, so opting a little bit safer. And that really is just Talon's game plan at the end of the day. Go for the slightly safer option, knowing full well that it'll help them more in team fights in the later game.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, because ultimately, when you don't have Flash, what is the highest risk ability to you? It's probably Solar Flare. So giving yourself that tenacity to get yourself out of harm's way, a bit of magic resist for the Azir as well doesn't hurt. But ultimately, I think that's sort of the thought process behind it. Don't hate it. I don't necessarily love it either, but I think it's a choice that's understandable. Given the context of, Fofo, if he's up and doing damage, we'll just feel very good. Oh, surprise.
We've seen the jump over the the Krugs bush go badly, and for Gang it might.
Yeah, is going to be able to get away for the time being, but a flash and the cease and desist does follow. The handshake lands as good Zenith blade, and the chains of corruption go outside past my window. Gang's going to live in this situation. Arja now being looked at. Teleport coming through though. Fofo here to support his top laner as Fate does come in. The all out, and oh my god, Arja's gone for an absolute train ride, trying to find the damage. Will have it. On the other side of things, Fofo is going to be able to survive. Does a bit of damage to Fate on the way out as well. And Betty and Woody claim the bot tower at the same time. It's win-win-win across the map.
I mean, Courage... Look, in a dive situation like that, you either commit or you don't. And Courage sort of ran back and forth, and ultimately Evie overcommits, dies. The one benefit, I suppose, they get the teleport out, but I mean, you look at it here. So Courage is more worried about finishing his camp than going for the dive, so clearly a miscommunication there. Evie should not have committed as heavily as he did. Something needed to be said. Someone didn't say it, and unfortunately, it's just another kill that goes the way of Talon.
It sure is. Archer now 2k ahead of Evie. Really the biggest benefactor from the lane swap has been him. Although the lane swap just end up in even lanes anyway, but you catch my drift. It actually does benefit him because he gets to hit the tower. In top lane, your autos do no damage until 5 minutes. In the bottom lane, he's getting plates.
Got to respect that Courage going to start that Rift Herald up, but there have been some rough decisions made that have put Talon ahead by a decent margin as well. Talon, though, look like they may give it up. They think they will, in fact. And that could be SHG's avenue back into this game to really contest.
Yeah, just not feeling like they're in a position to contest it. Don't have Cease and Desist up for Vi. The Chaos Storm also not quite up for Victor, so I think a reasonable decision. Yep. Why contest? This Rift Herald's not going to win the game for SoftBank if we don't make some ridiculous misplay going forward. Better to fight with your ults than without, especially considering the ultimates were available for the most part for the side of SoftBank at the time.
That's exactly it. I mean, Fate, again, you're funneling gold where gold needs to be going. I think this is, while it looks rough for SHG, I think this is ultimately the right call. You've got key items that you need to get up in and play, those being the Mana Immune for the Ezreal. You probably want second, if not second and a half item for Fate in the mid lane, and then one more beefy item in the hands of Evie would be great. And spare something along those lines. Something that means he can sit in the middle of that fight and soak up as much damage as possible. I think from there, then you can look to make some plays happen. But how much time Talon is going to give them is, well, probably not looking great.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think Artican spawning now in 2.5 minutes. Talon are in a position, as long as they maintain their summoners, their condition is good on the map, that they should be able to have a favor over picking up an objective such as the Artican. Betty a lot stronger at the current stage of the game than Marble, and we'll see if anything breaks out here. There's no real objective, so it doesn't make a lot of sense, and Talon aren't the kind of team to just randomly fight over this. They could get the mid tower if they win it cleanly, but I don't think there's any confidence they can have that they will. Accelerated Shock Blast coming through does connect onto Marble. There's going to be some very impactful damage. True Shot Barrage to clear out the wave, though, and nothing can be done.
Yeah, I mean, Fate is looking for an opening, but he isn't going to have that survivability. He does not have the Zhonya's. He's well away from the Zhonya's, because obviously that's not priority number 2. So, at this stage, it is just going to be about handshake. I think likely until that Drake spawns, Artican is... It's not an objective you take off the rip. Very rarely do you, in fact. Evie, buddy, there's only one minion there.
Yeah, he's not going to take much damage to that tower. Fate down here, hoping that RJ overextends the side of SoftBank. Maybe going to go in and answer this tower that's going to be taken mid, or it actually isn't. It's just going to be a free tower for the time being. RJ getting knocked out by Evie. He's going in. The teleport coming through. It doesn't get cancelled anymore. Through will come Fofo. Is he going to be in time, though? RJ trying to buy time. The Chaos Storm's there. Fate taking a lot of damage, but the Sandcastle will reign free as it will take down Fofo. RJ still able to kite in and out, dodge absolutely everything. Fate will eventually go down. It's a shutdown to Casa. All that stands now is this tower. Hostile takeover is great as Woody will flash out of any oncoming damage, and Gang will go down too. It's a 3-4-1 in favor of Talon Esports.
Oh, that could have been such a great play, but unfortunately it just takes too long to kill RJ. They will take mid, crack that map wide open.
And Betty died in mid lane.
Oh, actually, yeah, true. That's a big pickup as well. Keep Betty contained. Unfortunately, it does go to Courage over Marble. Again, I think that realistically in that situation, you don't really have the option to say, oh, actually, I'll pull off and give it here. But, okay, yeah. So just a great gang, great flash out of Courage. They dive on him, finish him off, and look, I'm being honest, Courage could have pulled off there. He could. There was no flash, there was nothing. There was just... Oh, sorry, there was flash and cleanse, but, I mean, realistically, Israel, Triforce, most of the way to a Mana Immune is going to have the damage to finish off that kill. Oh well, it is what it is. The gap still largely the same, hasn't really shifted much in the last few minutes. This mid tower is going to go down, which gives Talon the opportunity to now collapse over towards the Artican, maybe bait a fight out.
Let's see what they choose to do. The Dragon also spawning. It's going to be Casa first on the objective alongside Arja. Evie may be coming up, spotting out that it's going to happen, but no answer really should be able to come through. Although on the side of SoftBank, they are looking to potentially start up the Artican. Casa realizing it's a possibility now, going to meet the rest of his team up on the top side.
Yeah, Fofo comes in, reads that brilliantly, clears out the wave, because if they'd cracked that top outer, would have made it a much more comfortable situation for SHG, with this Dragon given up for the moment. Talon have the priority where they could maybe look to make a play, but given so much presence up on that top side, it's going to be reasonably comfortably contested. Talon, yeah, just there doesn't feel like there's a real chance to start at this Khan without being heavily punished for it.
For sure. TLN now getting control over this top wave. They don't have anyone in the mid wave, which Betty's going to have to go back to answer, giving some play around the map, some tempo over to the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, a lot of this game has felt like a bit of a stalemate, and I think that's going to be the theme largely for this first game of the day. Neither team really has the freedom to just take something without being threatened at all. Even those early objectives, there was you know, sort of a bit of tension in the air that maybe something could have happened. Looking at it, I think this is where you pivot down. Fofo doesn't have the teleport. They've already got presence. I don't think they have enough to... They don't burn the Dragon really that quickly, but they could potentially look for a collapse off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon not the tankiest in the world, as a full-on engage does come through, but it's on to Casa, who's going to be able to walk on out. Chaostorm doing a reasonable amount of damage, but Courage with his ultimate too will be able to deny him much more of it. Now, health bars are okay for both sides ultimately. Casa really the only one struggling, but still should be completely okay. Hitting some jungle camps, those pets will heal him up. The red buff as well will be coming through. I think biggest loss from that team fight is the Chaostorm now. Fofo, without that ultimate, will just be struggling a little bit more to provide the impact that he'd wish he could have.
Especially with this power spike now for Marvel. He's got that second art at the Mana Munite there in Gang. Can look to clear out. Casa's going to dive on in though.
Yeah, goes forward. There's no real way to re-engage for the side of SoftBank with Woody in the area. Hostile takeover is just far too scary. Khan will be stopped for the time being, but TLN now maybe wanting to hit it.
Fate wants this Shurima shuffle so badly. He's looking for it. The Khan though is dangerously low.
He's going in, he misses. He misses. Fofo able to just walk on out of that. Now the Khan down, the hostile takeover comes through. If you're not able to block it, it's so low, but it's going to go over to SoftBank. They get the Khan. They're going to get all these withdrawals to come through. Betty still wailing away. The cleanse is amazing. Betty is hitting through the health bars. Woody's burning, and Fate will claim himself one victim. Still, the fight's close, but the tempo is massive for SoftBank as Courage with the hero steal claims the Khan.
That is a massive opportunity opening up SHG despite the Shurima shuffle whip. You look at the rest of SHG. Fofo not able to drop any damage down. Khan low as heck. Courage just brute forces his way through. He was knocked back, smashes that stun down, and from there SHG know that they can go on this fight. Gang is playing out of his mind with this Leona. Solar Flare down onto 3. Betty can do little to nothing. Woody low. RG going to be finished off there by Fate. And more gold funneling into where it needs to go. They tie things up. They are down only 800 gold now.
A great comeback tool is the Khan. They're going to be able to claim themselves their second Dragon of the game. Not looking like a real win con for this stage just yet, but still keeps things evened up. They have some play. They have a few of those Voracious Khan respawns left available to themselves, but most importantly, they have an Azir who is sitting 2.2k ahead of his lane opponent and 4-1-1.
I mean, SHG really just holding on tooth and nail, kicking, screaming, biting just to stay in this game, and Gang is doing absolute bits for the team. Marble has hit that power spike. He's really, really hitting with those Mystic shots now. And Fate as well. Look, we can forgive him that whiffed Emperor's Divide purely because he kept Fofo out of the fight and allowed the team to just really roll over the rest of Talon. But now, I mean, he's starting to work towards that Zhonya's. This is that real peak potential from Azir. You jump in, Shurima shuffle it, Emperor's Divide, go golden, and the rest of the team can mop up off the back of what is insane damage.
Absolutely heavy as well. Going to claim himself a tower. This should all but even the gold out across the map. Woody not going to connect there with the handshake.
Marvel needs to be careful though.
RG going aggressively onto Gang. Will find the slow, but no follow-up damage. Teleport now coming through for Evie. Caster's going to have to flash away. Can Evie find anything though? It kind of sucks being Cassante running forward in this angle. So ultimately the disengage does come through and everyone is going to be okay. But Caster does lose a flash for it. Fate though doing so much damage to RG, who's also just going to be dodging the majority of the damage anyway. Now Courage looking for the J. Still won't connect. And on a knife's edge, is the current state of the map. Fofo being looked at by Fade, taking a sizable amount of damage, but Woody flashes forward, and the hostile takeover goes backwards. He uses it the wrong direction, but still Talon are winning. Betty is finding so much damage, he's got to get through Courage's health. He flashes away, and the Chaos Storm is massive, but the True Shot Barrage, Marvel has everyone on such low health, except the full tank Jace, still the backside of the fight. Marvel flashes forward, he's got one more, it's a triple, Archer's all that stands, he gets himself the shutdown, one more Mystic Shot will do it, and Marvel with the quadra kill.
I mean, look, you could not have had a bigger door to walk through, and Marble, he just steps around those abilities, avoids damage, perfect positioning from him. They reckon Fate is the go-to. Woody dives in, horrendous hostile takeover, and Marble just dancing around the fight, pumping out damage. Big play from those beefy frontliners for SHG. You had 3 tanks allowing Marvel to just walk through the remainder of Talon. Look, 3 juicy targets. He's going to send that jump and Mystic Shot into Fofo, who had the opportunity, flashes out. That could not have gone. That was Marvel's defining moment in the tournament.
Absolutely was. Finishes it off there. Mystic Shot 1, Mystic Shot 2, the E forward, and the quadra kill for him. Massive amounts of momentum for himself specifically, but still the gold remains even. Yes, you had one massive fight. Arja still did the most damage in said fight, and the gold remains even against the team that is yet to be taken out, even in a singular game. SoftBank, you have what it takes. Can you get this one across the line? It's going to be hard, but they can do it. Marble now sits at 3.5 items. He is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, he was 0-1-6 going into that fight. He's now 4-7, and this could be the opening they're looking for. Casa jumps over the wall, doesn't burn anything significant, doesn't have to at the end of the day. But Archie picking up that frozen heart. I mean, he just barely went down in that last fight. With a frozen heart, could be even harder still.
Yeah, somehow we're at the stage of League of Legends where my full tank, except for a Black Cleaver Jace, is the carry of my team. Archer's doing a great job, but Marble so far, I mean, at least in the last one, kept SoftBank's hopes alive. In goes everyone, but they're on Archer. Still, we've found a way onto Marble. The problem with Vi, the hostile takeover, and the kitchen sink, and down goes that super carry. Archer's still full health. It's a triple for Fofo. The Chaos Storm's massive. It's a triple. Benny will deny any chances of the Penta and gets himself a double off the back end. Yes, you have a massive Ezreal, but what can he do when the cease and desist comes through?
Oh, that's a rough one. That is a very rough one for SHG, and it is going to cost them so dearly off the back of what was a brilliant team fight. And in fact, there is a chance, and I think it will be the case, Talon, out of a disaster fight, are going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. One Nexus tower down, another one coming, Gang going in, trying to do what he can, but the Nexus is exposed. Talon, what a brilliant comeback.
Yeah, the game, I mean, it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Even the team fights, we saw RJ 1v3ing, he gets himself 2 kills. Marble gets a quadra. Immediately after that, Talon were like, hey, hold on a second, and just threw everything they have at this one Ezreal, who was missing a very key component of the team comp. Zinzao and Gang up on the top side on Arja, not there to peel for the Ezreal. Everyone just dives at him, takes him out, and from there it was just a walk in the park. And Talon, they will not be fouled.
Oh, you just got a feel for SHG. They had just found themselves in the driver's seat, and suddenly they were yanked out by the scruff of their neck from Talon. And I mean, they had it. They didn't need to force a fight. Then again, we've seen so many teams in the situation where they find themselves in an advantageous spot and they force the issue, and then ultimately they die. It is just an unfortunate situation. There was no need for them. Again, onto the tank Jace, who is just purely built to survive, leaving Israel and Gang completely exposed. Talon immediately realized that, collapsed down, cease and desist onto Marvel. He can't do the damage. He needs that front line desperately, like you said. Yeah, that could not have gone any better and then any worse for SHG.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but I think we did see signs of life, and that's the main thing here. SoftBank, they currently sit 0-3 in series. They're 0-1 now in this series, but ultimately they went up against Talon and they struck pretty hard because Talon did not walk over this match in any stretch of the imagination. For times there, it was looking like, okay, well, like they're ahead, but now they're losing. Courage especially was he just had Casa's number the entire game. It felt like everything Casa did, Courage had a better answer for it, objectives included. But ultimately, it just came down to one singular fight where, you know, if you get aced, you lose the game, and unfortunately, they all got aced. Talon just moonwalk down there and take it.
Yeah, I think it was a fundamental failing to understand that Marvel was integral to their success there. Yeah, look, you've got Fate as an Azir who's, you know, looking to jump in, go for the Streamer Shuffle, hit the Empress Divide, but then he turns golden. It's then about mopping up the rest of the damage. So you can't be making proactive plays there without Marvel directly involved, and despite what was a brilliant tower dive there from Talon to shut down this duo from the bot lane for SHG, I mean, again, they had all the pieces to the puzzle. Unfortunately, they decided to eat them rather than put them down.
That's one way to put it. Oh, so many good looks here even. They managed to find the kill on the Fofo. Arja eventually will help turn this around into a 2v1 in their favor, but Betty in the mid lane, Courage capitalizing, taking him down. I don't know, it's unfortunate, but I will say that, you know, as a PSG, or as a Talon fan rather, I don't like the fact that I'm seeing them so vulnerable in the early game. So often are they making mistakes that they're going to have to work so hard to make up for later. And I think as the team that you'd have as the best team in the league and currently stand there in the standings, you'd like to see a little bit cleaner gameplay out of them in the early to mid stages of the game.
It definitely, for me, it feels very uncomfortable to see this coming down to coin flips for Talon ultimately. There are situations where if they play things a little bit more cohesively, which to be fair, they're pretty clean on the whole, but we've seen not just one, but multiple games now where it has come down to Talon just throwing everything they can and hoping it sticks and then ultimately walking away with a victory there. At some point, that is going to stop. It is not going to work and Talon are going to lose out even harder after the fact. So, yeah, look, I rate them. I do. They are undoubtedly the best team in the league, but it feels like it's a tenuous hold at this stage.
It does, and I think, you know, if you're any other team in the league, you're feeling pretty good about that because on any given day, you can be better than Talon. Obviously, this is not the series over and done with, and here it is. I mean, just no one here at all to help Marble. You know, Gang tries to throw out the Solar Flare, but by the time Fate gets here, Marble's already dead. Now Fate's in the middle of the team. Arja just jumps on him. He's got nowhere to go, and the Chaos Storm just builds up and up and up and continues ticking along and eventually becomes the entirety of the size of mid lane.
Yeah, target priority's been a real problem in the LCP so far, especially with those teams, you know, leaning towards, I mean, the bottom 6 even. Yeah. There are 6 out of 8 teams that are really struggling with that target priority, so going into game 2, yeah, I hope things change a little bit for SHG if they can isolate those targets that are key. Why are you jumping into the tank Jace, of all things, who is just happy to soak damage?
Yeah, absolutely. Some question marks around the Rift so far in our series, but we do have another game at least in store for you, so after the break, we'll see how they do.
LCP 리그 자체가 이번에 처음 생긴 리그이기도 하고 여러 나라의 팀들이 모여서 리그를 한다는 것 자체가 되게 색다르고 재밌는 것 같습니다.
やっぱり参加しているチーム自体が競技力が高いリーグで上位のチームなので、そこでお互いに競技力が上がる中国、韓国を除いたアジア地域のレベルの底上げになるのかなというふうには。
今回のリーグだともうおそらく全員が本当に最も強いレベルの相手と常に戦うことになるってことで、一戦一戦も本当にちょっと気が抜けないような戦いになるのかなと思ってます。
ロースターも去年と変わってすごく手堅いチームになったなっていうふうに感じるし。
저희는 이제 소프트뱅크라는 AJL 팀이고 저희 팀원들이 이제 많은 좀 AJL 팬분들이 아실 만한 탑에는 이제 에비 선수가 있고
에비 선수는 팀에서 이제 든든하게 탱커를 맡아주는 역할이라고 생각하고
리더 같은 역할을 하고 있고 팀 이제 분위기 메이커도 하고 있는 것 같아요.
모두를 놀라게 하는 선수요. 그거는 제가 될 것 같습니다. 항상 하면서 이제 발전하고 있다고 생각해서 밑바닥에서 이제 시작한 만큼 모두를 깜짝 놀라게 할 수 있습니다.
커리지 선수는 나이도 어리고 유망하다고 생각해서 앞으로가 좀 많이 기대되는 선수고,
일단 갱형이 좀 오래 일본에 생활했으니까 일본어에 대해서 되게 유창한 편이어서 저희가 하고 싶은 얘기들을 잘 통역처럼 해주는 것 같아요.
またこうソフトバンクホークスゲーミングっていうチームの名前を背負って大会に参加できるっていうのもすごく貴重な経験だと思うので、はい、貴重な経験だと思います。
저는 이 팀에 와서 생각보다 놀란 게 이제 마블 선수가 좀 그래도 되게 잘하는 선수다라고 생각이 들 것 같고,
마블 선수도 제가 AJL 내에서는 되게 신예라고 얘기를 많이 들었는데 그중에서 좀 되게 잘하는 유망주라고 들어서 마블 선수도 아마 되게 잘할 것 같고,
인게임에서 팀을 이제 선수들한테 어디로 가야 될지 방향성을 좀 제시해주는 리더가 이제 페이트 선수 같고,
저희 팀에 있는 선수들이 되게 경쟁력이 있는 선수들이라고 생각을 해서 저희 리그도 뭔가 가능성이 되게 크게 있다고 생각합니다.
まあ国際戦のトーナメントとリーグはどう違うかっていうのは、まあ、やっぱりトーナメントっていうのは負けたらそこで終わりじゃないですか。そのリーグっていうのはやっぱり学びながら戦える場所だと思ってるので、やっぱりその試す余地っていうのがトーナメントはやっぱなくなるので、まあ、その点リーグ戦は試す余地っていうのがすごく大幅にあって、まあ、それによって新しい、まあ、戦術とかチャンピオンとかで新しいものがリーグ戦によってのおかげで見れるようになるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
이 롤이랑 게임을 정말 일본 내에서 좀 인기를 좀 끌어올리고 싶고, 그리고 소프트뱅크를 응원하는 팬분들 입장에서 아, 얘네 팀은 정말 한 팀이구나, 다 같이 하구나, 이제 그런 생각을 가질 수 있게 하고 싶습니다. 그게 성공이라고 생각합니다.
They don't have the tools they need to. Elio waiting in the wings, a hostile takeover, looking for it, lands onto multiple.
People gets both the carries, and Iris is in the back line, doesn't have access to that perfect execution, and Driven's going to go down. 4 members still standing, Doggo 1 HP, gonna have to recall. The game just to be over, Talon. Very low, the between worlds used, but the curtain call comes out, and Dyer here's the flash away, and a shutdown. Betty somehow weaves it. It's going to be one answered back though as Cast is taken out. Arj's getting very low, does have to flash the wall, and Hero's going to go down. Fofo's going to find the kill. He loses the vast majority of his health. Check Luon though, the flash rail engage is there. You will find it, but it's not the best. It only lands onto Stella. The bullet time's okay. It's doing damage on the back end. Al will go Dyer. This Artican's down to 3k. It's doing a lot of damage to Mir though. Down will go Biopanther. It's a shutdown. And now forward will Team Wolves go. But Mir gets the smite. He gets the withdraw. It's going down on the Baron. Nothing's going to have to be committed. They see the teleport go forward, and Archie finds a 3-man fresh body slam. And as fast as it starts, it ends. Aria, he does get the phase rush, but Petty doesn't care. He just clicks on you.
Oh, you've only got Artican halfway down. That gravity well. Yeah, there you go. What a jump.
Crash. He finds it in. The crash down lands onto many people, and it's the public execution coming through. And Talon, they're getting run over. Caster trying to find what he can, and Benny just having to run away. No Fofo means no hope. Yes, it's a double kill going over to Histo. It's the Artican as well.
Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had B throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone.
supposed to meet? The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
And we're back. Game 2. TLN now lead the series, of course, 1-0 up against SoftBank. If you did miss the first game, one of a banger, but possibly one of the most exciting matches we've seen thus far, honestly, with some heroic plays out of Marble and as well as Arja. We now head into the second game of the day. Callista once again will be banned up against Betty.
All I can say is thank goodness Jace is automatically banned, courtesy of Fearless Draft, and thank goodness in the coming patch he's hopefully going to be cut off at the knees, because that is just ridiculous what we're seeing out of the tank Jace at the moment. Going into this, look, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Azir. I think it feels like it is just too situational for the teams that are just outside of the top two. I think there's too many missed Emperor's Device. The Streamer Shuffle's just off the mark. And I think it isn't going to be until we see the likes of Fofo or, you know, maybe Dire or something along those lines jump on it where we start to see the Azir really pop off in the way that it should be. Because at the moment, it feels so underwhelming.
Yeah, it is hard. It's a hard champ to make work when there's a lot of dashes in the game. And admittedly, there weren't last game, but there was sort of a Renata that can deny you from going in, a Vi that you're trying to deal with. How do you find a Streamer Shuffle backwards if you're trying to get that champ off you? Very difficult. Nocturne will be banned here up against Kasa. Vi as well as Xin Zhao now removed. Wukong going up in stocks.
Evil Evie making his appearance here on the broadcast in the Curse timeline. Looking at the bans so far, Callista has been an almost staple in every single game so far this split. Aurora Nocturne makes a lot of sense. Garner Rumble, very, very strong at the moment. So no real out there bans as you would expect. Corki, though, taken away by Fofo, which has been a pick that he's played. I mean, Fate's played it once, so I don't know necessarily if it's going to be justified. Maybe it's something that Marble plays a little bit. Yeah, so we've seen it in both roles for this SHG side. I'd like to see something out there. I just don't think we are. I think we're going to see those staples come through before ultimately a number of them are changed.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe sticks out as an OP that's available, and it's a champ that Marble likes, but he might just go for the Misfortune instead, as that is probably a champ he's tended to like more, and there it is. He's just going to lock it in. Back to Comfort.
And it's been interesting. We talk about these OP picks, a lot of them. When we see them in games, it feels like they kind of fall a little bit flat, and it's usually somewhere else or some other champion that's really shining. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, a couple of patches down the line in 2025 when things start to even out a little bit, where we will ultimately end up in terms of what's picked. Pantheon immediately brought to the table. Now, it could be Kasa, it could be Woody. I'm probably leaning towards Kasa, I think, in the jungle. I think it's a champion that plays very well with his style.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, but I mean, Pantheon, while we haven't really seen it, is also a top or a mid lane possibility too. So, particularly on the red side, getting these early flex picks does tend to do well.
If I had hesitated, I think I'm leaning towards Woody, because Ashe Pantheon is just an insanely scary combo down in that bot lane. Enchanting Crystal Arrow across the map, followed up by the Grand Skyfall. All of a sudden, what you thought was a safe space is very much not so. Poppy is available, could be played. Kara is just going to lock in that Sejuani. Makes a lot of sense. He's played a lot of it so far this split. This is going to be his 4th appearance on the Sejuani instead. SHG already looks like it's going to have a hard time. Jax as well.
Yeah.
So very already brawly oriented comp.
Does well with Sejuani. It means that Jax is even stronger than he usually is. Able to stack up the permafrost and allow Sejuani to get those stuns through a lot easier than her trying to do it herself. There's a top jungle duo we see quite often.
It's always better to bring a friend. Okay, so it is going to be likely Casa, I think, on that Pantheon, but Ash Brom in the bot lane. We saw Ash Brom Sejuani yesterday, but I mean, Ash Brom is an iconic duo. It's such a scary combo. Being able to lock them down with the Brom passive, you pair it with just the insane amount of CC, slow stuns, and the mobility of the Brom. It's a very rough lane to play into, especially for a Jax if they opt into the lane swap.
Arjo with a big old yawn. Also, you know, maybe feeling a bit tired of the Jace top. Ral. Interesting ban. I mean, it does pair well with the Misfortune, but ultimately doesn't do that great into Brom.
They target out here, Fofo. Hasn't shown a heck of a lot. So, of what we've seen him play this season, everything is off the table. So it is going to have to be something fresh for Fofo coming into the second game of the series. Yeah, and Bessa taken away. I haven't seen it from RG yet, but he's incredibly flexible. There's no doubt in my mind that he could bring that to a pretty terrifying format, or just, you know, place in that top lane. Rakan, yeah, pretty standard. Take away some of those picks that are going to make things a little more comfortable for Marvel in that bot lane. It really only leaves a couple of picks, something along the lines of a Nautilus Alistar at this stage. Pyke, potentially, but I think that's a heavy gamble.
If mid lane's not picked next, though, you cannot pick Alistar because it will just be matched with a Sylas. Sylas doing pretty well, and not really that much to pick against the Sylas outside of an Akali, which, you know, admittedly is a fairly even lane.
I mean, there's still likes of Pyke, Elise potentially, maybe opting into that lane swap, looking for lane dive potential. Poppy even could go over to Gang. I mean, there are plenty of options. It's not like there's nothing that they can pair with this Misfortune. It just definitely feels like whatever it's going to be, it does open them to something else that could really punish.
Yeah, well, let's see what Talon pick first. Most likely to be their top laner. Or mid laner. Okay, so gonna be saving that top lane for last pick. Just going for the Orianna. Pantheon, a ball delivery system in his own right.
I mean, the scary thing is one good team fight from Talon, this game's over. Like, just the sheer wombo already that is there. China Crystal Arrow, Glacial Fissure, Command Shockwave, Pantheon, Alistar picked up.
Yeah, but already see the mid lane, so it won't be a Sylas.
I mean, look, maybe tank Sylas top. It's probably not going to be the case. I doubt it. I highly doubt it, but there would be potential. I think it would be a silly option, but an option nonetheless.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
They went for Sion. Less optimal ults for SoftBank Sylas than there is for Talons, if it were to go the other way. But still, I mean, the Braum ult as well as Ashe ult aren't the worst. And if you want to rotate quick, you can also just steal the Pantheon ult. And
nothing like 2 Grand Skyfalls hitting the ground both at the same time. Yeah, look, not the end of the world. I think it does all right. I think that, yeah, again, SHG opting into more of a brawly comp. The Gragas coming in response in the top lane. Gragas Jax. I think, if I'm being honest, SHG kind of want to opt into that lane swap.
Yeah. So, yeah, for sure. I think this is a game where SoftBank almost will feel like they need to, because Alistar Misfortune will not do very well at all against Ashe Braum, and same can be said here for the Jax versus the Gragas. So a lane swap, I believe, will be on the cards. The skirmish potential that is coming out of SoftBank, very, very high. They have Alistar, Sejuani paired with 2 melees. It's a very, very difficult skirmish to navigate around for the side of Talon. So I think trying to dodge out of those early game skirmishes and look more towards the later game team fights is probably going to be optimal for the Talon squad, but we'll see how they go about achieving that.
The big problem being that Talon, again, like I said, one good team fight and it's just over. Like, they've just got so much wipe you off the map potential. Gragas Orianna, you then got a Pantheon following it up with an Ashe Braum. Like, the big problem I see at the moment is just there's a lot of magic damage. So it makes it a little bit easier to itemize against, I suppose, but then you pair that with an Ashe and a Pantheon threat, it kind of balances it out.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the damage spread, nothing to be too concerned of for either team. Talon versus SoftBank. Talon now leading the series 1-0, of course, and SoftBank trying to prove that it wasn't a fluke that they got so close in game number 1.
Welcome to Summoner's
Well,
Rift.
they take to the ref for game 2. TLN, I mean, could make this a quick night. They could absolutely dominate this game, and they're going to go for the invade, spotted on the ward. So SHG have the opportunity to do something incredibly funny right now.
Yeah, Woody walking in first. I mean, this is a level 1 that will not be won by the side of SoftBank, so I think wisely opting to go the other way.
Fofo is just intensely confident right now about his ability to survive should something go. But yeah, I think SHG making the right decision here. They don't want to overcommit and cost themselves. Oh, Fofo, buddy. This just, yeah, SHG is just so hesitant on this split.
Can't be slowed. Courage is going to be completely fine. But still, TLN getting what they want, bullying away from this bottom side, and the lane swap is going to come through, so TLN eventually find themselves their optimal lane assignments. They're going to be very happy with that, I do believe.
Yeah, it is going to be a long rotate to lane, though, for Marble.
Oh, no. Okay, so, yeah, SoftBank will trade back, but their bot lane will be getting there very late. So
RG has a great opportunity to get some early CS and maybe some early gold to survive this lane.
Yeah, Ivy with the counter-strike, but still going to get stunned up, and Biddy's going to find a substantial amount of damage. This is a curious position now for Ivy. He
got one farm from that while waiting for Marble to get down the lane. Better
yeah,
than nothing,
ultimately,
I suppose.
he doesn't want to hit the wave because it'll then push away from him.
Yeah, looking to soak up that opportunity. So
it was actually better for him, I think, to just not get any farm.
Yeah.
And just, you know, be happy or be content with the XP, rather.
Yeah, it's that decision. Do I look for a bit of gold, knowing full that I'm not going to get much, a little bit of extra XP, but that game will cause it to bounce in a pretty unfavorable way.
Courage at a very substantial health advantage in terms of these two junglers, but same can be said for Fofo when comparing mids.
Chunked out a little bit. There's Evie under this tower. Is going to have to try and find what he can. Brom just going to smack that tower. Not for a heck of a lot, but at least some.
Yeah. Oh. Tower.
Bold play.
The tower ramp up is a very substantial thing now. Oh my lord, Fate is in some trouble, but we'll be able to narrowly avoid a disaster. Should be able to get back, and maybe not even choosing to do so.
Oh boy.
All right, RJ, your turn to thwart off a dive. Flash will just confirm he's going down. Unless he changes it back and gets the first blood, he's going to go down eventually. Oh, Marble will have it. He will have it. My God, that was close. But RJ, what a heroic play to even find one. Teleport available to himself when he does respawn. But still, this is the minion wave going to go down. A positive trade ultimately for SoftBank, although very, very risky.
Yeah, I think Gang, having lost as much HP as he did, Mayente was in a rough spot. Gets the combo off. Oh, yeah, the body slam. Yeah. Last second body slam connected. And, I mean, I think you take that. You know, I mean, yes, ultimately you're going to lose out on a bunch of CS, but best of a bad situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately down on XP as more than he would want to be, as Hex Flash comes out of Gang and finds an actual flash from Fofo. A well orchestrated, roam. SoftBank doing very well in the early stage of the game. Oh. Funny Ash champion.
Oh, Woody. Buddy. Yeah, he doesn't take much, courtesy of Guardian, but that is very, very deep to be pushing as a level 4 support. As it stands, I mean, RG, yeah, trying to soak up as much of that XP as possible. I think he, at this stage, is beefy enough that there's no kill threat without the jungle, and we've seen that already.
They missing out on the chains, and Fofo going to be able to run him down. These all-round auto attacks hurt. He's going to decide against it. I think he might have been able to look for a flash there, but without vision, not feeling confident enough to continue on forward. And I think, you know, us as spectators could see he wasn't under threat. But
better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I think,
especially at this stage of the game,
he probably feels like there's someone about because Fate played a little bit too aggressively. You know, from what we knew was the map state, but gets away with it.
Now though, Woody rotating into the mid lane. I mean, unfortunately, wasn't going to find much. Fate. I say that Fate has cancelled his back, wants to catch this wave. He's not going to be threatened really, because obviously Fofo is recalling. Will just be a bit of extra XP, and Fate off the back of that will find 6, which does mean that some of these big ultimates can start to be turned against Talon.
Absolutely. Couple of okay ones. Again, I stand by my statement that a Silas for Fofo in this game would have been better, simply because Alistair. That's, you know, not even bringing into the Jax is good, the Sejuani's good.
I think it's the long-range setup that they ultimately will likely be looking for, which is Betty's Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just because it allows them to engage from a much further range than they would have been otherwise. Yes, Glacial Prison is good for being able to set that up, but it just allows layered CC. It means that Marble's going to find absolutely much more value for the bullet time. Will be objectives traded. Courage, though, it is a little bit slower. Huge Hex Flash there from Gang. I mean, that is peak support play.
It's just... Oh, yeah. Sejuani, one of the better... Definitely the best tank, I think, at taking Dragon. But still, it is a slow process. Whereas the Void Grub's not that slow at all for Caster up on the top side, meaning he's feeling pretty good about the tempo that he gains. But Archie might have just found a solo kill. Oh no, maybe he's overplayed his hand actually. Oh my lord, it's so close. 2 people almost going down, but ultimately SoftBank, they're able to answer. They're able to take down this Gragas, and Arjun now, unfortunately, playing his hand a little bit too much.
Oh, that was a white knuckle in the mouse moment there. Oh,
hold up. There's a minion wave coming. He should be fine. Nice try by Woody to connect on that Winter's Bite, but wasn't able to do so. So, luckily for Evie, he will be able to escape that. There is no threat of a dive as Caster's down the bot side. Fate now looking aggressively onto Fofo. Will connect with the command Shockwave, and Fofo answers in kind. There's no flash available though, as Arjun tries to save his mid laner, but won't be able to do so. Also will be getting stunned up. Fofo playing too far up in lane, and it's capitalized on by Fate, who now finds himself almost a solo kill.
Oh my lord. Arji, what a barrel. Maple into the tower as the final minion dives. Cleanse saves Marble there.
Yeah, I think maybe Arjun could have E'd if he had mana. I didn't see him use his body slam. So maybe not quite having the mana. Oh! Did we miss something?
So Gang goes.
Okay, yeah, that's
it's support. Who cares, honestly? But it is gold into the pocket of Caster, which does mean that he, closes that gap a little bit. It's at this stage in the game, any gold is good gold.
Yeah, it's just an even game still.
Yeah. Oh, Hex Flash time. No, real flash time. All right.
If Fofo not got his, so they're looking to punish that timer, but no real angle. Just in that moment. Swapping lanes once again now. Evie coming down bot, and Talon will answer.
Sejuani, wrapped is a priority, but the things are out. They know where this Sejuani is. Some damage onto the tower, but minimal. Caster not having that Grand Skyfall yet, but Fate doesn't know.
Yeah, it's going to be Caster coming in. A lot of damage coming through by this Pantheon, and even more there at the end. Fate, though, he should be okay, I think, ultimately. Arju maybe falling victim to yet another dive. This time, wisely backs away.
Interesting. So the call's made. They're going to pivot towards the mid lane. They got that bot lane duo up. They want to crack this tier 1 mid if they possibly can. They are going to get some good damage onto it. They've got a sizable wave. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take it down, but it's a decent chunk of damage. With that second lot of Void Grubs coming up, you do now have concern if you're SHG. If you go to contest that, do Talon just walk down mid and take your tower.
Yeah. All as well, though. Still such an even matchup between these two teams. I think this is possibly a sign that SoftBank have utilized the Lunar New Year pretty well for themselves.
Evie just off the mark with a counter strike there means that Arji Will come out. Oh, okay, Fate, buddy.
Fate getting aggressive, does get stunned up. Will be able to flash away in the Grand Skyfall. Not going to help them much. Oh my lord. Still?
Draws Fofo away. The big problem though being Fate has two options. He's got the teleport, and I believe he just missed out on utilizing that Grand Skyfall, but with this set and lock of the grubs being started up, it could be time.
Fofo being looked at, but it's going to be Woody able to get there and stop any forward play. The Grand Skyfall does come through from Fate, but he's going to get stunned up. And how can he navigate through this? Casa blocking a lot of damage. Doing a bit of moonwalking on my screen, but forward does go Betty. That's one kill. Can they find more? A nice combo out of Gang to stop him in his forward momentum, but Betty gets himself a double. Betty will be picking up another one. Actually, Fofo getting the experience for that one, and a double to both the carries of Talon. It was a good look out of SoftBank, but unfortunately not got what it had.
Yeah, an overcommittal, unfortunately. I think if the Grand Skyfall had been up for a Fate, it might have made that fight much harder for Talon. You look at it, yeah, so Fate just walks in. So he did have the Grand Skyfall, gets himself out. I think he needed to back here. So he did, yeah, he did. He backs.
Yeah, he teleports in and then
so
the Pantheon.
The Grand Skyfall, yeah, it wasn't up anymore, unfortunately.
No, it was. He holds from here. Yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah. Ah, yeah, no, it was unfortunately hidden behind Woody.
But yeah, just like so much damage coming out. Casa blocking all damage from Marble there, keeps himself alive for a lot longer. Betty with the flash forward, he does get CC'd, but it's just the two tanks, and you know, Woody's able to peel for him as Marble tries to get in range. Unfortunately, a little bit too little too late, and it is just going to be the one death in Casa for 4 kills in favor of Talon. But SoftBank, I mean, even despite that, it's a 2k gold lead. It's still not insurmountable. A lot of it is on to Fofo here on the Orianna, who still doesn't have an actual completed item.
Yeah, Gang inting a little bit there, unfortunately. Headbutted. I mean, Woody had the wall up, so there was only so much damage coming out of that bullet time, but any damage is good damage at that stage. Knocked him out. No one really got affected by the bullet time whatsoever. So maybe a matter of timing, pacing for this SHG team, but
I didn't see, but there's a chance also that Casa used his W while Headbutt was going through, so he couldn't use the Q.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's any number of things, and
Woody's here. Glacial Fisher comes out. That was all right. Gang now getting chased down and will be going down. I mean, it was ambitious, to say the least. Courage now looking for Betty, does get the flash knock up, and Fate should be able to find his way onto him, and eventually will actually be able to answer that back. So a very ambitious look from Gang, and then unfortunately for Talon, they also go a little bit too far. Fate's able to answer, and a good response from him now as he picks himself up and shut down there onto the Ash.
that felt like a full mental boom moment, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know. Yeah, look, you're an Alistar. Yes, you have the Unbreakable Will, but I don't know what possesses you to make that call. Like, I could theorycraft, I could try and justify, I could make any comment, but I don't know what possessed Gang to make that play. I think Fate encouraged him that are brilliantly to at least walk away the kill and a shutdown onto Fate. So, silver linings.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, unfortunately the shutdown did cost Courage his flash, which not the most impactful summoner as Sejuani's flash, but still, it's something you wouldn't have wanted to lose, and I think ultimately both teams would have been happier there for nothing to have occurred, just to be, you know, farming and ping-ponging the waves.
I mean, they baited out a Glacial Fissure, at the very least. I think that's not a bad situation. But, yeah, I don't know. It definitely feels like something's tipped over the edge a little bit here for SHG.
Yeah. Aggression onto Woody, not the person you want to go aggressive onto. The Unbreakable Will now for Gang. There's going to be no more damage when he comes through to him, and Command Shockwave is fantastic. Down will go Courage as Castle comes in, flashes forward, looking for the execute here onto this Alistair. Won't be able to find it. The Winter's Bite does go wide, and eventually that Q will find its mark and go straight through the heart of Courage, as well as Gang. And now Talon are able to march with 4 people strong down the middle lane. Even in the bottom lane here, Aja versus Evie. Evie flashes away. He finds a bit of damage, as well as the grass proc. Glug, 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 and bonk. It's Aja who finds the solo bolo.
SHG's mental is in shambles. I'm sorry, there's just no two ways about it. They are completely falling apart. Just that forced fight up in the top, top side of river. Like, it felt so close to being something, and then, you know, Gang dives top lane, dies. Courage. I'm finding it hard to justify some of these decisions. Like, yeah, you get the engage, it's Woody. The turnout is there. Gang is not super tanky compared to his counterpart. Courage isolated. The Grand Skyfall on top. It feels like team cohesion is in shambles.
There's a little bit. A fadeaway comes out of Casa there. Let's see how this starts out. I mean, as per the Jax Gragas matchup, Jax is a lot lower on HP, goes for the counter-strike, and it's just going to be phase rushed.
But what possesses Evie to think that he can take that fight with that HP? Against the Gragas? Like...
Yeah, hold up, back to live. It's a nice bullet time, but unfortunately everyone does eventually get out of it. Low health bars now as Gang going to run out of that Unbreakable Will. Kill number 1 goes over to Casa, and Charter Crystal Arrow is going to land on the Alistair. I think wisely tanking that one up for his team, but unfortunately will be going down as well. I was about to say maybe Baron on the cards. We are not even close to that time in the game as this Rift Herald coming up, and Artican in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough spot, I think, for SHG to be in. Being so close to taking down Talon in Game 1, to find yourself in the situation here in Game 2. You're down 5k gold at 17 minutes. Rift Herald's about to go down, which I think likely will spell the opening of SHG's base. And we are on pace for what could be the fastest game of the split here in the LCP. There's Artican coming up in 2 minutes 40 seconds. Evie still feeling like he's got a chance to fight Aji, which he just doesn't.
Yeah, all of this is true. It's going to be Rift Herald now. So take a look how this one
Courage
breaks
had
out.
started Rift Herald solo.
Yeah. Everyone does collapse. They find a way onto Casa. Unfortunately, Arctic Assault doesn't connect. The CC, I mean, everything's blocked by Casa's shield. I mean, great positioning for him.
Had the bullet time been dropped a second earlier, that would have been infinitely more damage and likely would have been a one-team fight for SHG. Or at least a much more contestable one than it was.
Picture-in-picture, Evie going to be jumped on by Casa. Grand Skyfall once again claims another victim, and I'm starting to see a trend with Pantheon jungles here in the LCP, and them becoming so ridiculously fed. We've got Betty flanking up in the top side. Fate's going to go down. No objective up there, at least. Nothing really to lose from that other than their bot side, which wasn't really at the cause of Fate. But yeah, I mean, you're going to have to find an immaculate team fight now for the side of SoftBank if they are able to find their way back in. But you saw what can happen, right? Bullet time, yeah, it's a great team fighting ability. Unfortunately, there's a Braum shield. There's also Pantheon shield.
There was that second window. If Marble had popped earlier rather than just dancing around, that would have been so much damage dropped onto 3 members of Talon without the Braum shield up, without Casa blocking. But he hesitates, waits, Casa Woody no longer stunned, just then turns around, drops the door, and that's when the bullet time comes out. Again, what possesses Evie to think that he can fight?
Courage going to locate everyone. Evie trying to get his way in. Biddy going to be able to barrier out. There's no more counter strike. And oh my god, the command shockwave. Oh my god, the shockwave keeps Biddy alive. I need a replay of that. That was insane. The flail would have killed Biddy, and shockwave repositions Courage, so it missed.
Yeah, and it's just nosedive off a cliff in terms of goal differential. And SHG, that opportunity for them to bring anything back to bear is quickly dwindling by more and more bizarre decision making.
Okay, watch this shockwave though. Watch this shockwave.
So in terms of damage threat, out of this SHG roster, there is no one there.
Look at this flail. Oh my lord. Well, RJ ended up there. I didn't even notice that. There was also a explosive barrel at the end there.
Like, courage was clear. Evie did not have to commit there. Like, there was an option where SHG just get out of that with no losses whatsoever. But instead they both fall. And Arakan, I mean, should be relatively fit. I think they can hold this off as a 3v5 almost.
Yeah, looking for Fofo and Woody to do some zoning. RJ up on the top side of the river. Likewise doing the same. Arakan now getting low and Chano Cruzaro does go wide, but now it's a lot of tanks in a lot of great places. Here comes the damage from the bullet time. Not going to really find all that much. Fade in the middle of everyone. Not going to be able to find anything for himself either as Casa claims himself a double, looking for more. He's getting very low, but Marvel ultimately does have to flash away. Evie on the top side does get kited around and eventually taken out. Casa looking for his fourth of the team fight. Won't be able to find it. Does eventually live. The Make It Rain won't be able to find the damage as the shield once again will come out there for Casa. And it was on a knife's edge, a lot of low health bars, and you saw the impact that can be had by these members of SoftBank, but just wallet diffed completely and Talon take yet another fight.
Again, not even that. It just wasn't a clean fight. Yes, you had the Alistar knock-up, you had the Courage follow-up, but the bullet time was literally on the edge, only hitting, I think, 2 people. Plus, you had Arju, who then just walked up and interrupted it anyway. So, what was probably the closest chance, I think SHG had to get back in it. You could see the team split. So really, unfortunately, this is the best shot that SHG are going to have. Multiple members stacked up. They go in on Courage. Gang turns around. 4-man pulverize. It's brilliant stuff. Fate is too far away. Jax comes in too little too late. You can see Fate's just already dead here. Marvel doesn't have the range to really threaten this. They turn collapse. So what was the best opening that SHG, I think, were ever going to get post the 15-minute mark? Just isn't a wide enough opening to get them through.
Unfortunately not, and I mean, this is one good thing that Talon have done in this game to cause sort of the game to be like this is you saw Misfortune first picked. You're, yeah, very strong laner, but you've picked yourself an AD carry that's also a strong laner. And then just an entire team comp that shuts down Misfortune. Ultimately, the Braum shield up, then he's going to be able to dodge all the block all the damage for the rest of the team. Pantheon can get in her face without taking any damage whatsoever, just running at her. It's a very hard game for Marvel to find impactful ults, and that's just because of intelligent drafting that's come out of Talon in this one. But looking now for the push in the bot side, Voracious, Arakan, Revive still available for himself. Evie trying to find an angle in, but he's going to find a stun onto 2 at least, but he's just going to go down, not really taking all that much health out at all, and no real way in. Fate does get solo killed. There's going to be the bullet time. Woody might just go down, but the shield does come out. He does get taken out eventually. And Marvel, the last to stand with Gang, who's in the back line. It's going to be simple as that. He tries to find some damage, but will be going down. It's going to be SoftBank, unfortunately, losing the second game, 5-26, and Talon Esports
Fate
still
dies in Talon's base. He was in Talon's base when he died. I can only say questionable decisions so many times in a game before I start to lose my mind.
What I actually think might have happened is he probably took Pantheon's ult to try and escape Pantheon to get away and then just got matched.
I don't know, whatever. Die on the opposite side of the map as your base is being cracked wide open. Yeah, you go from a game where SHG pretty handily contest Talon for the most part up until that ultimate fight, and then go into game 2 where it feels like the mental fortitude of the team just completely fell by the wayside. They lose one fight, they make one poor engage, and then from there, every subsequent engagement or action that they take just feels like a complete and utter throw.
Yeah, I gotta say though, to take critique away from SoftBank is this has just been the story of Talon, this entire split. They've come into game 1, looked a little bit shaky at times. You know, even their very first game against Chiefs, it was a pretty close game 1 that they had against each other. And then in game 2, for every single series they've come out and just completely smashed. I think less so SoftBank, who I think played pretty valiantly for the most part. Even in this game, most of the game was going pretty well. Up until, you know, some objective plays where it stopped going so well at all. But ultimately, I think they're doing reasonably okay.
Look,
but Talon as
I'd
a
argue
team
differently, honestly. At least with those second games earlier in the split, it's because Talon just manhandled it away from their opponent. Whereas this game, SHG felt at times where they were just blatantly making silly decisions.
Yeah, but I think that often appears that way. Like that is what, again, that is just what has looked like has happened against Talon every single game too. I think, like, you think back to Team Secret Wales, the game that was so close in their game number 1, and then game number 2 comes out and it was like 20 kills to 4. It was just a complete slogging, and that's just what they've been doing. I don't know if it's something like they come into their game 1s and they like test some new things, like, oh, how do we play the map in this game? How do we do whatever, you know, whatever may be going through their heads? I have no idea. And then in game 2, they're like, okay, sweet, we've done that. Let's just close this one out now. We don't want to get too deep in the barrel of Fearless Draft where things can get a little bit more chaotic, and they just clean it all up. Because it is very striking to me that the theme of Talon's series have always been the same. Close game 1, arguably losing game 1 for the most part, into complete stomp game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely first punch knocks them off kilter, second one knocks them out. So, yeah, Talon cannot be faulted in the way that they've approached this split. They are dominant from start to finish. They make those early aggressive moves. They don't always control the pace of the game, but they are certainly the one that decides how the game ends.
Yeah.
And even more so in those second games. Another accelerator on 23-37 on the board. Not quite matching our fastest game this split, but oh no, sorry. That is our new fastest game by about 18 seconds.
Oh, there you go. They've done it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the nature of the team comps too. I feel like as SoftBank this game, you have to get ahead. Simply because you're a bunch of melee champs into a Braum. Ultimately, this Braum champion completely shuts down what you want to do. So does Pantheon, by the way, and so does Gragas. I think you've come into this draft, you've offered yourself a pretty one-dimensional team comp where you have to skirmish around the Sejuani, and Talon have completely denied it by, even though, you know, in theory, regular League of Legends, you would like to have the Ashe lane against the Misfortune because your bot lane duo is stronger. The Ashe Braum will do better in the 2v2 than the Alistair Misfortune, but the entire team composition that was shown here from SoftBank revolves around fighting around Sejuani, so denying it by just constantly having, you know, two parts, your bot lane against the Jax and your top laner, Arja in this case, just trying to farm as much as he can. And admittedly, him getting player of the match a little bit funny because he was the one griefing the most at the start of the game. But I think it's very smart because it just means, what can Sejuani do? He was looking for these dives, which were very good, and it started the game off pretty well. Arja admittedly turning this one around fairly exceptionally, only barely going down at the end here. But there's just nothing really that Courage could do, and because he can't do anything, the whole team comp doesn't really operate.
I feel like that might have been the first domino for Gang. Unfortunately, that tower dive. And from there, things just didn't get any better. And as a result, it just he slips further and further into the abyss of mental, mental boom. But I mean, again, I think we're seeing this trend for teams towards the bottom four of the table where there are strong picks available, but they are situationally good picks. Like the Azir, like the Misfortune. It relies on you being able to land key utility. And again, we see it here. He gets the bullet time out as Braum is, getting the big door up. So it's completely nullified. So I think what we need to see from these teams who are just that close to cracking in against the top tier teams is stop picking the picks because they're OP, because they're very strong. Pick something that you're a little bit more comfortable on that is less situational.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, Talon still yet to lose a game. They did lose a 1v1. So now, technically not a completely perfect record, but for what actually matters, they are still lossless. Even game losses don't exist on their record. And this, importantly, now for the standings does have some impact. It means, obviously, that Talon are once again firmly in the first position. But our second series of the day does matter even more now. If Chiefs don't even have to win. They just have to win one of their games against GAM, and they will be now 7th by themselves, instead of locked in at that 8th spot tied with SoftBank, as both of them were, prior to the series here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's left me wanting, honestly. We see Eevee win the 1v1, and then he sort of just crashes out here in the actual 5v5, and Talon can be nothing but commended. I think, honestly, they played brilliantly. Mechanically, they're showing what they're capable of. Cohesively, they're playing what they're capable of. Betty, again, is just this absolute monster on the Rift and continues to accelerate that KD. So, yeah, I think Talon will likely not be tested truly. We will not see what they truly play like under pressure until CFO game.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree, but of course, series number one rather is over for the night. We've got up next the VCS, or now LCP, but former VCS representatives in GAM going up against the Oceanic representatives in the Chiefs esports. GAM favored, undoubtedly, but once again, even if Chiefs just get a single win in this series, it has implications for the rest of the split, both for them, SoftBank, as well as DFM.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did say the best chance they had at winning a series was DFM. They then fumbled that bag. They've had a couple of games since then where realistically they were on the verge of success that they then crumbled under. GAM has looked solid. They've looked pretty well across the board despite their standings on the table. They've held as best they can. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, very exciting, very exciting. TLN, once again, remain undefeated. Next series of the night is going to be an important one, though. Can Chiefs get their first series win, or will GAM finally find their stride? See you very shortly.
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for. It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Spy Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of is similar or kind of the same to Evie's. We play for map movements. We want to make sure that if there's any lead, we just kind of elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in the LCPs.
Looking down at all the junglers available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for the environment and playstyle, this kind of thing. I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about the map state.
When I stumbled across Lawn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. That was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player. He's really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. We want to win, and I think it's just such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然後讓他們跌破眼鏡。
As the underdogs, I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến học nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc.
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Gia thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với top lane bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lane và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane á. Thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid.
Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là ảnh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là ảnh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
AC Love chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, đấy là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Đánh giá vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin. Mình sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Crossing city limits when I hit the road, feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You
She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl. Slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe. Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it. If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave up high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the ride.
And we are back. Our second series of the night. It's Chief Esports from Oceania up against Vietnam's GAM.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it coming into this, arguably the best teams in their regions playing tonight. That is maybe a bit in question. Coming out of our last series, is I think DFM now undoubtedly the best Japanese team in this competition, but purely numbers-wise. Coming into this, Chiefs, yeah, I think that, synonymous with Oceanic Esports, GAM, much the same for their region. But Chiefs have left us with a lot of questions now to be answered here in week 3.
Absolutely, but first of all, our 1v1s and an Elise up against Jimian on the Ambessa. Interesting. So GAM also have held their Draven pick so far. Chiefs obviously using it. I think the only 1v1 they've won, maybe, was off the back of that, Lemus. Maybe Jimian won last week, actually. Either way, Jimian going to be once again in on the Ambessa. We saw Ambessa win our first 1v1 of the night up against Cassiopeia. Now, can it do the same against Elise? I would tend to think yes, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think realistically there could be an argument made for Elise. I think she just doesn't have the cyclability of damage output that the likes of an Ambessa does have. So in extended trades, Ambessa should realistically come out on top. I think you have the escape, which may be the best thing working for the Elise. Either way, we'll have to see as we jump into the Rift. Okay, that is heavy investment in burst damage.
Yep, I mean, Elise is just the entirely burst champ, so kind of have to.
Press the attack?
Yeah, no, it's something that used to be reasonably popular as well. You go into that spider form and you press W, and with the attack speed steroid, it does do a reasonable amount of damage. It's kind of, through abilities you can proc electrocute well, but through it gives her more sustained damage, basically.
Yeah, I think best of a bad situation, realistically. I don't know. Look, it's a gamble. We'll see if it's a gamble that pays off. It's already, that range threat of an Elise working, I suppose, and that it is a lead.
Let's get the Cocoon. Barrier going to come out early for Jimian. The Repel there to deny a little bit more damage, but you see eventually those abilities can come through for the Ambessa, and the trade does go in her favor, as well as the mana in dire straits after one singular trade here for Ares on the Elise.
Yeah, look, mana is a real issue, and yeah, Ares I think is just out of this fight at this stage, unless there's a tower. I don't know, look, if I'm being perfectly honest, I would not hate to see Elise rework to match how she currently is in TFT. I think being able to jump and have a bit more AoE presence would make her so much more enjoyable.
Yeah, you reckon she should just be able to go in and stun 5 people?
No, I mean, no, like a slight AoE stun, you'd probably want to keep that with her ultimate, but it just feels like at the moment she can be a little bit clunky.
Sure. Now, no barrier on the Elise, but Repel available. And getting even more chip damage. In comes a Cocoon. Ari is able to pick himself a little bit too. Jimian, oh my lord, this is scary. Scary, scary stuff. It's going to be a trade. But it's the first blood and actually a sizable gold advantage as well as tower damage advantage for Jimian. Because I believe, because Jimian died so quickly after, the shutdown you usually have available to claim is not there.
Yeah. Look, Hextreaker comes out means that damage is going to be reduced. Not to mention, extra bit of HP and cooldown reduction.
Sork boots.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You have to. You just need pen. You have percentage max health damage on your Q. You have percentage missing health damage on your Q. It's kind of, raw numbers are already there for Elise. It's making them stick, and that's what flat pen generally does earlier on into a game. In this case, a 1v1. Jimian going to feel very happy with this current trade. He could probably just pull the ultimate whenever he wants. I mean, this is this is done. Yeah, not close at all. Cute, a cute try with the Elise, but I don't think we'll be seeing that rare its ugly head in the near future.
Ambitious. But I mean, yeah, look, just definitely not the matchup. Someone who has, huge amount of DPS cycle, and the Ambassador just can keep, rotating those abilities, pumping out damage. The kit is just well kitted towards a drawn-out fight, whereas at least it's all about the burst. You back off, you reset. So yeah, someone that can get up in your face like the Ambassador was always going to have a great time there.
Yeah, well, Jimmy once again will be claiming Chiefs side selection. So another 1v1 win for them. Yet to be a series win. We see the Chiefs. Brendy getting some much needed social media footage. That's a cool outfit.
It is.
I like that.
I rate it. He's always got some good drip. Honestly.
Yeah.
The man knows how to make good merch too. I'll be honest. They have some good stuff going. And I mean, you did tell me actually that, we are, local OS casters. We need to support the Chiefs as well. So I brought my Chiefs merch.
There we go.
Wrong Chiefs, obviously, but look, as a local,
it's a thought that counts.
As a local to the Waikato, I have to say the better Chiefs. But that is two very, very different games being played.
Very much so. But I mean, side selection now. They're probably going to choose blue. That's what everyone has done. Does that lead to anything? Because I think there's been signs of life, and honestly, it has been an upwards trajectory despite them losing.
Upwards the series, and then very, very quickly downwards.
But the series against Team Secret Wales, they were very comfortably ahead. They looked like they should be able to win those games, and at least in my mind, you look back on them, you see what went wrong, and they are very teachable wrongdoings. You can come back from that. This is not the be-all, end-all. It's not over.
I think what we need to see, especially with our bottom four teams at the moment, is a simplification. You can't be overcomplicating things with these very situationally dependent champions, the likes of the Azir, the likes of the Misfortune, who, if played wrong, can go very, very wrong, which we've seen, exemplified today. Stick with something that relies on the right click. Yes, you have to, or macro around these fights. But that's fine. Most of these AD carries in the competition can do that. Something like the Ashe, fine. Varus, fine. Misfortune just struggles. There are so many ways to counter her. You just bring any form of CC, get up in her face, and she can't do much of anything. I think we just need to go back to basics, especially for something like the Chiefs. They've mechanically got the skills to do it. Pick something that will work in a team fight regardless.
Yeah. Absolutely. The other side of things is just do something that your team's familiar with and comfortable on, and the other team isn't, right? Like, there are definitely ways to do that. They're the players that are playing on the Chiefs are all very experienced players, and there's no reason why they can't put together a team composition that maybe isn't meta, but can do very well themselves. And I think that's what I really would love to see. Not that I think we will. More likely to be metacomp versus metacomp, and then just see who ends up playing the game better. But as the standings would have, and honestly the eye test as well, you'd have to favor GAM, which is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I mean, justifiably so. I think, again, it's not by a huge margin. Obviously, they're right down the bottom of the leaderboard with Chiefs at the moment, but I mean, that one win is more than Chiefs have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chiefs, at least they do have the game win in their back pocket, but only the one. Same as SoftBank. If they can get a series win here, would be very, very massive for them. But if they can get even just a game win, it would put them above SoftBank currently in the standings, which, it's a complimentary prize. It's
avoiding the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
At this stage, which is kind of the name of the game, if we're being honest with these bottom three teams. I mean, look, there's a reality where Chiefs do shore up those weak points, leapfrog themselves back into playoffs contention if DFM have a really, really rough run for the rest of the stage, and Chiefs, work things out, tiebreakers and all the rest of it. So there is still a window of life for Chiefs, but that window gets smaller and smaller the worse things go for them.
Absolutely. Oh, well, I'm very interested to see, will Levi have any of his cool jungle picks? I think maybe, he's had 2 games of Kindred. One was very good and one was not so good. Will we see that come out again? It does feel a little bit against the grain of what his mid laner likes to play, because he's been playing the Galio for those games. Not that I think he's been playing particularly bad on the Galio, but we saw what he's like on the Akali, right? Where he's just completely taking over a game. Maybe getting himself back onto one of these assassin champs might be very good for him, but still, a lot to be seen. Jimmy as well has been favoring the Akali, so we could even have the possibility of something like an Akali-Sylas matchup, which is always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, for me, the Chiefs, it comes down to Biopanther. You put him on something tanky, something beefy that he can really just impact these team fights and a lot of the momentum play, huge disruption factor. I mean, the one win they had came when he was playing on the Scion, and he played that Scion brilliantly. He was just such a dominant force. You then put Lemus on something where he can sit in the back line and really just dish out punishment. Mia, again, this sort of the spear tip for this team. Blue side for the Chiefs has been opted into. Now, to be fair, the one victory they do have was the red side. So,
such is the way PCS, or LCP rather, they're still stuck in 2024. That has been going. And again, it's so hard for me to look into the stats of red wins, blue wins, because so often it is the team you'd expect to win the series winning on the red side that it does jar the statistics, but definitely so far red side well and truly much higher in terms of their win rates.
35, it's still hovering around that 35-65%. So
Yeah.
65% red side win rate at the moment.
And that doesn't include the 2 games that we just saw, which were both red side as well.
Yeah, so I mean, but even in those situations, it's still hard hovering around there. There's no significant deviation. We're not jumping up to 40-60. We're not jumping down to 30-70. It is just, it's floating. At most, I think it's been 37-63%. So, yeah, very much telling of red side favour. But again, I think, like you said, it comes down to those more dominant teams winning when they're on that side, forced into uncomfortable situations. So it's not by choice that they end up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear Champ Select music. That gives me a positive feeling inside. Seems like we might just be going in and finding out what these teams have learned over the Lunar New Year break, what they've picked up for themselves, and how they aim to now try and get themselves, you know, the second series win for GAM, but a first series win for Chiefs. Poltron there on your screen with the Death Notebook. A lot of images of that floating around on the Twitter sphere.
I mean, at this point, you're getting to the make or break point of the season, especially for a team like Chiefs down at the bottom of the leaderboard. For GAM, look, you're still in a position where you can crack into playoffs. You've got that one win in the belt already. For Chiefs, those opportunities are dwindling fast and few between as it stands. So, I mean, look, the one big stat going for the Chiefs at the moment, win rate when ahead at 15 minutes is 100%.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get themselves a lead early on. I have to say, I'm surprised that they weren't ahead at 15 minutes in the Team Secret Wales games. But every game does tend to be pretty close for the first 15 minutes in general.
Well, I mean, look, their goal differential at 15 minutes on average is minus 1,200. So they are, when they are losing hard. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, just everything. The one differential they have going positive at the moment is a plus 0.14% tower differential at 15 minutes.
Okay.
So it is, I mean, negligible at best.
But still, it's something to work on, something to build off. At least it is positive. Meaning they are at least trading evenly when it comes to those structures. Oh, I do hope we see something a little different out of the Chiefs.
Now.
Oh, I had an update on why the Champs League didn't start, as I will not name names, but there was someone in the wrong position in the Champ Select, of course. Getting those all organized properly going to be important. Fire Panther yapping away.
That's the O special is the ability to yap.
It is.
We're good at it. I mean, it's what we do. Hard talk. We can talk for hours about absolute nonsense too, which is, I mean, a gift in it itself.
The beauty of it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we could just waffle for hours. But I mean, look, as we dive into the draft in just a moment, once everything's been ironed out, I mean, the big talking point, I think, has been Lemus down in this bot lane. In fact, just the bot lane in general for the Chiefs. We're waiting for more to come out of these guys. They're capable, we know that, but they have felt incredibly lackluster. It has been the other 3 roles, Bio, Mir, and of course Jimmy in the mid lane, that have really been the ones shining for this Chiefs team. At what point do Lemus and Luan come online?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully here we'll get to see it. It is always curious, right? Lemus, you know, last year in the PCS playoffs, came over to Taiwan, competed, was dominating in the bottom lane, was a big driving force behind Ground Zero and their successes. In the LCO as well, he was, you know, he'd get a lead and really be dominant with it. But here in the LCP, at least so far, maybe just the strength of competition getting to him, where even when he had found himself at advantageous positions, unfortunately, often relinquishes it, maybe not finding as much as you'd expect out of an AD carry. Nothing, you know, not like finding the angles Marble did on the Israel last game. So it can be comfort, you know, familiarity with your environment and whatnot. So hopefully now you've had that break, you've been able to re-gel with your team, rekindle and get some cohesion going, particularly in that bot lane duo. We could see a lot better of a performance out of the 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Mir and Luon have the highest kill potential in this team. Mir with 83%, Luon with 80%, so they're actively working around the map. Yep. Bio has the lowest, 53% kill participation. For the
I mean, that is just the nature of lane swaps, where, you know, 3 kills might happen in the early stage of the game, while BioPanther is bottom lane dealing with 2 people at his tower.
Which, I mean, if you're a Silent, it's kind of just where you want to be. You're just happy farming. Get the numbers up as high as possible.
Number go up good.
The number go up is the name of the game, honestly, at the end of the day. Not just, obviously, CS experience, but wins, ideally, if you can. Whereas, to be fair, he's matched by Kiaya in the top lane, who also has a 53% kill participation rate.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it is just the nature of League of Legends at the moment, which is also why we see so many tanks, right? You know, in times gone, you'd see the Renekton's, the Aatroxes. You can't pick those because they are just too vulnerable to dives. They're too reliant on getting XP, to getting to those levels, the items. Whereas you pick a tank, you're down, you know, 30 CS on the enemy team's mid laner. You are still arguably stronger at the earlier stages of the game anyway. You feel pretty okay.
Oh dear. Yeah, look, there have been some interesting metas in the mid lane and in top lane, and oh, look, TF no longer in the meta, but I mean, you could remember back in the good old days when he was just an absolute powerhouse. Back in the days when he just had a global ult. There was no limit whatsoever.
Yeah, from level 1, it wasn't even his ult, it was his W or something.
True. Oh dear, terrifying times. There is a dark history in League of Legends of just absolutely brutal metas that
APE.
Oh, LXH APE. Now talk about iconic League of Legends moments.
Absolutely. That champ, I remember, like, you'd go into game, and if you were the APE, you were almost guaranteed a pentakill.
Oh, I remember, like, back when ARM came out and APE, if Yi came out, the game was over in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, there was just nothing you could do.
Yeah, gone are those days. I remember as well, I think the highest win rate champ that I ever remember in League of Legends, as we do head into draft, was Skarner.
See, I told you we can walk.
When they brought out the pylons, he was like sitting at 72% win rate or something.
Dude.
Anyway, into draft now, Varus, and it's going to be answered by a Callista, so not often do we get to see the Callista. We will see it here.
Yeah, I mean, huge presence in the competition, but purely off the back of bans. It is the 3rd most banned champion.
Yeah.
21 bans behind Skarner and Nocturne going into. I mean, we have seen it out of Lemus.
Oh, that's a
Nico.
rough lane.
Yeah, Callista Nico coming out already. There is shenanigans gearing up in this GAM draft. There is, oh boy. Yeah, I can see a lot going very, very wrong.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Chiefs answer with. A natural strong pairing with the Varus often is Renata. First of all, Mia going to select himself the Viego, something that he has tended to prefer generally.
Second appearance of the Viego for Mia this tournament. As for Callista, yeah, I think this must be the 3rd pick. Artemis has played it once already. So, I mean, it's not completely out of left field. There is an interesting draft brewing already.
There is Galio coming out. Could go top, could go mid. We already know that BioPanther's played it twice. Jimmy yet to play it, but when it's blind picked, I would presume it to be the mid laner.
I mean, look, I could see Bio doing well on it. He's played it a couple of times already. Not necessarily a great effect, obviously. They've only had the 1 win, and that was on the Scion, so a little bit limited potential. But it does mean, you know, the team fight, a little bit CC heavy.
And Galio sucks mid now.
Yeah, Corky coming out. I suppose the benefit of it this being this early in the draft is there is potential for that to be a flex up towards BioPanther, but that just puts him in an even worse spot, I think.
So I think what Chiefs maybe want to do here now is ban AP junglers. If you ban out the AP junglers, you force this top laner to be an AP champ, then Galio can go up to top and he feels completely fine. Because as things stands, you don't really want to be Galio into Corky. It's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but you do lose a lot of the impact you'd wish you had. So here we are. Zyra going to be the first ban. Brand, I would imagine, to be the second.
You'd think so. Nautilus taken away from Luon, who again has not actually, he hasn't played it. It was Elliot, I believe, that has played it already. Rel taken out as well, so trying to make things a little bit rougher on Lemus down in this bot lane, a little bit less setup, a little bit less protection, less peel. And you'd imagine it's the one AP jungler that I'm already thinking of that, okay, it's going to be a Jax instead. Which,
weird.
Okay.
You see the reaction there from Arias. He is also perplexed.
Yeah. I was going to say Diana would have been available in the pool. Potentially, we've already seen that in the tournament, so wouldn't be too far to left field. I don't think necessarily the most comfortable at this stage in the game. But I mean, now obviously GAM after that bit of a curveball ban. Well, there it is. Yeah, I was wondering.
I wonder if there's a world where they put Galio support. I know we haven't seen it very often, but it doesn't operate that poorly as a support champion. Maybe sucks a little bit against Kalista, but yeah, it's probably not a good idea, actually. I take that back.
I mean, if you get the lane swap, it's probably not the end of the world. I think that works all right. I mean, you've got decent enough wave cleared. Sion. So
we have some beefy boys.
Does that mean they're just going to heavy commit to Jimmy in the mid lane of the Galio and just admit that his lane's going to suck a bit?
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out right now. I like Luon's peripherals. I'm a big fan of the color pink. Those are very cool peripherals. All right, Leona. Not a bad champion by any stretch of the imagination. Hopefully with the Aftershock, of course.
I mean, they've got great team fight out of the Chiefs. Phenomenal team fight when it comes to the 5v5, and there's a potential for GAM to be blowing up if they're not careful. The one problem is that I'm a little concerned about their burst, because if things don't land on everyone, and an Udyr. Oh.
I mean, it's fine. The Sion's not going to be punished by that champ.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, it's not the end of the world, and I think a lane swap might be in order just to try and prevent Udyr from having as free lane as I think he would like. Because we've seen Udyr in the 1v1, they're perfectly happy. They're just going to farm, CC, run away, heal. Yeah, it's. I think you want to force the 2v1. If you're Chiefs, you want to get Lemus in a position where he can, hit those sixes. Once those sixes come out, Chiefs becomes a very, very scary roster.
Yeah, for sure. Team fighting, the name of the game for the side of the Chiefs, whereas honestly, skirmishing potential out of GAM is a little bit scary. If you do find the lockdown, though, they've got the Sion, you've got the Galio, you've got the Leona. Everything comes crashing down. The one point you have to worry about is we are really, really, really heavily relying on Lemus to be a hit, because in terms of that consistent damage, it's going to be him. They need to burst someone. Mir gets a reset. There's some damage there, of course, if he gets one of the carries. But what is consistent is that you do have a Varus.
My one big concern, I think, for the Chiefs is the re-engage from GAM. The punish is that much more terrifying. Kalista, Nico, all of a sudden, Nico flying in with the Pot Blossom after being sucked away from danger, and then you've got Corki as well, who's just then collapsing, and Diana on top of it all. So the punish from GAM is pretty terrifying if Chiefs don't land everything perfectly and just lock down the entire team.
Yeah, for sure. Hope to head on to the Rift soon. Our second series of the night, it's the Chiefs Esports Club from Oceania versus GAM Esports from Vietnam. Two of the biggest names, as I've said multiple times, from their given regions. Coming in, clashing for the first time here in 2025. First time in years, perhaps. Probably be pretty cool to go back and find out when the last time an O's team and a Vietnamese team actually went up against each other. Would have been years back now.
Probably a good long while, yeah. But, I mean, very, very different demeanors coming out of the two teams. GAM smiles across the board. Very, very serious coming out of the Chiefs. No one's cracking a smile. Everyone's just laser focused. Jimmy is deep in thought right now as to what the game plan is. And I mean, look, I don't blame him for feeling probably a little bit rough, because it does feel like his lane was sacked off a little bit into the Corki.
Yeah, definitely. It's not an easy lane by any stretch of the imagination. There is a world where they just completely sack him off, send him bot, or maybe send him top up against the Udyr, and then allow Biopanther to 2v1 bot and have the mid lane come in and adverse the Corki. Something that the Vietnamese teams, Vikings as well as Team Secret Wales have really liked, is that mid lane swap. So there is, I think, ways to navigate around it. Honestly, if you are the Galio into the Udyr. You don't feel that bad at all. We'll see though, do Chiefs want to look for that? It would also allow for Mare to have a lot better of a time in the jungle. Opens you up to just more farm, being that you will constantly have that mid lane pressure.
I think Luan's a bit cold. He's got his hand warmers on his neck, his hands tucked in. I'm not surprised in that stadium. You're going to have the AC cranking just to you know, deal with all the lights.
And,
all the electronics and everything that's going to be pumping. It gets quite warm in those stadiums, especially under the lights and everything. It's something that, you know, watching at home, watching in the stand, you don't quite realise just how heated it gets on those stages. So, yeah, wow, that's a bit of the deep lore for Oceania.
Yeah, voices in our head been talking to us. 10 years since Ocean Week, I believe.
Wow, that long.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, you know, Oceania doesn't get a world spot for a while. They go into the wild cards like 4 years ago, and then even then you're not guaranteed to verse every other region.
Jeepers, the deep dark lore of Oceanic League history. But I've been looking at it. Well, yeah.
This laughs now.
Yeah. I think there may have been a delay or something, which is why, you know, the demeanors have shifted just a little bit. But I mean, looking at the drafts and what we've got from both teams, I favour the Chiefs. I think their team fight is phenomenal. They've got everything they need to absolutely just steamroll GAM. But pacing, positioning has always been an issue. You know, you can have these perfect team comps. I mean, we've seen it for the longest time, only for it to just completely fall apart because one player was out of position or they tried to force a fight in the wrong spot, and that perfect draft becomes a nightmare.
Oh, so there's a pause.
I blame production. He did say, oh, there's going to be a pause at some point. Why? It's the rule of esports. Don't acknowledge it, don't talk about it, and it won't happen.
You think that's real?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
When I come into a broadcast and, oh, yeah, we're going to have a tech pause. Of course, there's a tech pause. You just don't acknowledge it. Perfect. Absolutely clean run.
I think the rough part about these pauses is the inability to talk with your team.
Yeah.
You know, you've just gone through draft where you had your coach on stage, you've gone over the game plan, you've loaded in, gone to a pause, and everyone else has to not talk.
Well, I mean, it's not just you build up of anticipation. Yeah, you know, we're about to go into game, getting the right mindset, yeah, gassing each other up, and then boom. It just immediately stops. It is so brutal for the momentum shift, and it can really throw you off your pacing, especially mentally. And I mean, I know Chiefs have worked with an esports sports psychologist in the past, Michelle. I mean, the pocket psych, she's great. Worked with a number of their teams, so I gotta hope that she's working with these guys because that's an invaluable asset to have under the belt, because especially in situations like this, she has all these tricks and tools for dealing with this sort of block and keeping that right mindset going into the actual game itself.
Yeah. Oh, I might as well get a prediction going. I'm going 2-1 GAM, unfortunately.
That is what I put myself.
Oh, there you go.
So when I do my notes, you know, look at the week ahead and write down what I've got predictions wise. I did have a 2-0 for TLN. I did give Secret more credit than I think they were due yesterday, but I think I've done that again. I gave them it was a 2-1 going towards CFO tomorrow, which now I'm going to retcon. Much like the Vikings match, which I said was going to be 2-0, but here we are. I mean, look, we're on. It's the Rift.
It is. Setting up for our level 1s here. No real shenanigans. Looks like we're going to be okay to just play out normal lanes. I think, honestly, the only person really that should suffer that much is... actually, no, bot lane will suffer a bit, and Jimmy as well in the middle lane will not have the greatest of times up against a Corki. Admittedly, gank setup certainly there. If for some reason Ares does use his Valkyrie incorrectly, then with a Galio and the Viego, there is a way, there's a world in which they find a kill there in the middle lane.
Yeah, look, if I'm being honest, I'm imagining this being a bit of a handshake for the most part for the first 5 minutes.
I like this. So, Chiefs have played a bit of mind games. They've sent Sion to show on the vision top and are now sending him down to the bot lane. Now avoiding the horrendous lane that would be Varus, Leona up against Nico, Kalista. Pretty unplayable.
I'm here.
Also, I have a big concern that we do have an on-hit. Not an on-hit. We have a lethality Varus coming through for Lemus. Which means this Udyr has just become a lot more difficult to deal with.
It does mean that Gaia is going to be chunked out a little bit early, but I think the anticipation is for Chiefs that the initial setup between Galio, Sion, Leona, and the Viego is going to be enough that Lemus can just come in and snipe those last couple of kills with a piercing arrow. But yeah, I'm very much there with you. I think the on-hit probably would have synergized with this roster a little bit better.
Yeah, Biopanther not really feeling the pain all that much. Pretty happy to just sit here and make sure he's able to claim the XP at minimum. We'll be able to do so as we see both top laners gasping for air in terms of their CS. I think Chiefs, unfortunately, pushing the lane a little bit too fast means those two melee minions do go down to tower. Probably would have liked that to crash, but I guess it's not that impactful. There's no dive threat. Mare is not pathing up here. He's happily just full clearing away. Same can be said on the bottom side.
But Elio has headed up top side. Which he now is going to... Okay, even still, even starting the recall, he doesn't feel like he's going to commit to much here, which feels like it's a little bit of waste of time on his part. Yeah, look, okay, Artemis is going to farm pretty freely against the Sion, but you also want that experience on the Nico as well, which might find a little bit suffering here.
Yeah, level 6 definitely a great level for Nico to get to. But I think ultimately it is nice giving Artemis solo XP, considering he won't be under any threat for a very long time.
Jimmy in the mid lane, yeah, look, exactly how he expected to go. He's done a decent amount of damage to Ares as well, so you got to give him credit there. Backs himself away, yeah, just the Gatling gun shredding that armor makes it very much harder, plus the phosphorus as well. He's doing a great job of keeping up as best he can in the CS situation.
Valkyrie now used. Jimmy might have to flash. He doesn't. He's just taken out. Ares has a little bit of a giggle to himself as he finds himself a solo kill. A little bit too confident with that health total, and Jimmy has just found. Cost Ares absolutely nothing as well. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Fortunately for the bottom lane of the Chiefs, they've been looking to go aggressive there.
Kaleo burnt the heal, which definitely felt completely unnecessary. I think he was anticipating Luon connecting with the Zenith Blade.
Yeah.
But I mean, why is Lemus taking that much damage at that point in the lane? I just don't realize. I think it was that. Yeah, I mean, again, just a little bit odd decision making there. The Valkyrie was definitely up. There wasn't a huge amount of kill threat. Diego was far enough away, but maybe look, let's be honest. Maybe it was just, you know, big brain tech, fastest way back to Fountain.
Yeah. This is true. Recall takes 7.5 seconds, I believe. Still, I mean, it's not the end of the day, but end of the game rather. But unfortunately, it does mean now Ares is going to be just that much stronger earlier, which, you know, against a Corki is not really what you want, or not at all what you want, and to be entirely honest. Lemus managing now to get himself his Tear of the Goddess, while Artemis, even further ahead, has the Berserker Greaves upgraded, a very big upgrade for Callista, improving the dash range and the amount of dashes you get just by the attack speed.
Bio now in the 1v1 matchup gets a bit of punish up on the Kiai, but again, it's an Udyr who's got amazing sustain. It's just going to be a nuisance. Levi decides that it's time, starts up the Ocean Drake. No information. Viego, 12 seconds off the grubs as well. But Jimmy now having 6 means that we can start to see this team fight come into play.
Yeah. So Mare on spawn will be able to start these up. Jimmy hovering around the top side of the jungle. Unfortunately now having to go back to mid to answer another wave. Means that it's going to be Ares' turn to go up there. It is Levi who secures the dragon, but because Chiefs know this, they'll be able to secure all of these Void Grubs. So ultimately, objective trade is even. It does mean that dragon stacking is hugely sped up for the side of GAM, however.
Levi looking for a dive. No, he's just going to see the Raptors. No. Yeah, the smarter of the options. We've seen how ambitious dives can go, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, about the pacing that we expected aside, I think realistically it probably should be 0-0. Jimmy and maybe just a little bit too keen going down in the mid side, but we see the lanes now matching up once again. 6 already there for Artemis though.
Yep.
I wonder, this has got to be a real minion, right?
I think it might be. I've seen my regular minions do that at times.
Oh, absolutely. There's just so many shenanigans you can pull with Nico. It's great. I love it.
Where's Lima's gone off to? There he is. Back to secure as farm as it does eventually crash. Looking to get that chain of corruption online, and maybe then some play can be found for these bot laners, but still a lot of suffering when you are Leona into these mage bot lanes, unless somehow you find an angle in, and oftentimes that relies on Jimmy to be there to follow up as the Galio, or Mir as well on the Viego to do much the same.
I mean, they've got the setup tools now. Chain of Corruption is up. Luan can then jump in, follow it by, you know, Jimmy and just slamming down around them. Unfortunately, again, he's taken a bit of punishment in the mid lane, courtesy of Aris, which he's always going to. But at this stage, GAM, every lane is winning.
Yeah. Doing well. Up 1k gold just naturally. We'll come back a little bit now as BioPanther secures this farm, but still a sizable lead nonetheless. Really a lot of it being shown in that middle and top lane.
Bit of a TP mismatch though for the top laners. Artemis. Oh, Lemus.
Ambitious.
Yeah.
Artemis going to be very happy now and completely safe. BioPanther in a bit of trouble. Being burnt out by that Phoenix stance. Now, could be a dive on for Levi if he makes his way down here.
Potentially, I mean, the unstoppable force is there, and Kiaya is shoving in that way. I think this is now BioPanther going down. He might be able to trade it back. He's going to clear the wave as best he can.
Nice flash. Kaya now under a lot of pressure. Does have to flash away from the tower, but Levi's going to take so much damage.
Oh.
And BioPanther, unfortunately, will not be able to get the kill there. Levi running away, but it's Mare coming down. He has the ultimate. The Heartbreaker comes out, and that is a trade back.
Yeah, look, best of a bad situation. You take that, of course. And
I mean, very well played. He gets 2 flashes and denies a lot of time. He got the minion wave. No mana for ult. If he had the mana for ultimate there, an entirely different story.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a pillar in this top lane, BioPanther. So you take that, he gets Spectral Cow. Yeah, you look at it. Wants to clear the wave. Unfortunately, it's not enough to finish it off, but he does waste enough time. Levi tanking that tower. Yeah, unfortunately, the Crescent Blade flash. It looked cool. The fade away from Levi, great highlight clip. Unfortunately, Mir already passed it down, jumps over the wall, finishes him off. Great pickup.
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah, I mean, just well played. Not likely to have to worry about that for a little bit now. BioPanther. Still, he is at a deficit compared to his lane opponent, as is everyone except for Mir, really. Jimmy now being pressured on the receiving end of Callista Nico for the time being.
They want this.
Yeah, they do. There is Solar Flare available. Solar Flare set up with the Zenith Blade and Jimmy following in. It is a great combo, but we weren't able to find anything. Mir starting up these Void Grubs. Levi does have Smite, and Ultimate is not available for him. Should be at least one. No, it's taken away. The Pop Blossom's really good, but Lima's able to flash out. Here comes the hero's entrance. It's really, really good. And a nice amount of taunt victims, but unfortunately the damage just not there. Lima's trying to hit on the back. And is it a Moonlight coming through as Levi and Artemis claim one? Mir, can he get the reset? No. There's just so much shielding. Limas is all that stands. The last pillar will be going down. It's a triple kill for Artemis, and GAM hugely ahead.
So, I think we can both agree. If that was on Hidvarus, that was pretty easy mop-up. He got one, if not two, if not more kills there. But lethality Varus, yeah, huge chunk damage, but not enough to actually secure anything of merit. And yeah, look, brilliant Brilliant Pot Blossom there from Elio. Almost catches 3. It looks like the return is going to be on. Chains of Corruption for the second time this game has missed the mark, and as a result, yeah, they just don't have any of that setup that they need to. Elio gets away. Kiaya, Artemis, Levi, who, I mean, it looked like Kiaya was dead to rights. Unfortunately, no, not to be. Artemis stacking up those spears. Yeah, even Levi lives on a sliver of HP.
I think the problem is, like, we watched it just there, and with no attack speed steroid, Levi's got something like 10 to 15 auto attacks off, and it just doesn't matter when you're the Lethality Varus, because ultimately you're just not ramping up during that time. You're just, you know, offloading 100 damage, 100 damage.
He also doesn't get the blight off from that corrupted, you know, Chains of Corruption landing.
Yeah.
Which would have almost been, I guarantee it would have been a kill earlier in the fight, which possibly would have turned that momentum, but a pause coming in off the back of it as well. That is a tough pill to swallow for the Chiefs.
Oh, someone's under the desk. I do believe we might have had an incident of knocking our PC and turning it off.
Oh, you'll love it.
This has happened before. Oh, it's a
okay.
headset issue. All right, maybe it's fixed. Maybe it's fixed.
Not as bad, not as rough. Much easier fix than, you know, kicking a PC. But yeah, no, I think Chiefs, I mean, they're far from out of it. They've got the team fight to really take this, but Lemus is far from being an effective tool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little perplexed as to the choice of the Lethality Varus. I think it gives you a stronger lane. But if you're going to lane swap anyway, you may as well just fully opt into what's going to be best in this situation. And I do believe that the Lethality Varus just doesn't offer the amount of DPS you need to get through the likes of this Diana and the Udyr.
Yeah, but I think the thought behind it is the rest of the team is just going to be heavy up in the face of this GAM roster, and then he can just sort of sit back and just pump out the damage from range with the piercing shots, and you know. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. He was engaged on, he flashed back, wasn't able to stack up anything of merit. The Chains of Corruption was off the mark, and that's kind of everything that. Okay,
Avoid might.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah. I like how you can just turn into anything. Look at the movement speed this thing has, by the way.
Yeah.
He is so rapid. Lemus now in a lot of trouble. Luon coming down to try and help, but I mean, this is just a death.
That is not something you see every day.
Artemis having a laugh to himself. He knows how well he's playing. He knows what he's doing to help his team get this one across the line. 4K is the advantage at 12 minutes.
Half of which is in Artemis's pocket.
Yeah. 2.2K gold ahead. And I mean, the gold lead and how strong he is now is just off the back of that last fight went on for a long, long time. As is the nature of fights when there's a lot of tanky champions. Although maybe Artemis has gone too far forward. Luon does get aggressive. There's a very low Callista, but Mir without the Heartbreaker is not able to find the last hit. And Artemis, he goes very far forward and is going to lose both sums, but does keep that shutdown alive and himself as well.
I mean, it's crazy that Lemus doesn't even have a finished item. Mir does. Mir is 2 levels. Now, only the one, as Lemus has just cracked 8, but he was 2 levels above Lemus there. So something's clearly not going the way I think it should be for the Chiefs. And we did talk about it going into this game. The spot lane has felt a little bit underwhelming, and unfortunately here continues to feel a bit underwhelming. Despite that, Luon has been playing pretty well.
Yeah, I think Luon's been playing fairly well. And honestly, Lemus hasn't been playing that poorly either. It's just, you've had one fight that was a really long fight, as is, again, the nature of you've got a Scion and a Galio as well as a Leona in your front line. The fights are probably going to be extended. And so you're really missing out on so much DPS by not having, you know, the Blade of the Ruin King at this point with lethal tempo, which Artemis does have, and it was, to me, the biggest difference maker in that last fight.
Absolutely. I mean, you just saw how many spears were stacked up in Mir, and he just popped like a balloon. It was very rough. I mean, the fact that we're just about to hit that cutoff for Adakan, and it's 7-1 in favor of GAM is such a brutal reality check.
For sure. Oh my lord. Elio has gone first item Verdant Barrier. So not going to be able to be stopped by one ability on his way in for looking for a Pot Blossom, as he may be able to find it here. No. No flash available means Lemus is at least far away enough to survive. 3v3 on the cards in the bot lane though, as
Chain of
Levi
Corruption.
does come down here. Solar Flare comes out, Chain of Corruption this time will land. Piercing Arrow should be enough damage. Can Mir get the reset? No, he's just taken out, and now no one can get onto Artemis. The Fates calls great. Down comes Jimmy, but all he's doing is coming down on 1 HP. He's trying to get away. The Phase Rush at least buys him some time. But unfortunately, just not quite enough. This damage isn't there. No completed item on Lemus at the time, as he does now complete his Youmu's. And Jimmy, maybe he eventually gets out, but he's just going to execute. Oh no.
Nope. 10 and 1.
Levi laughing. I think he knows that the flash is not worth it, but using it anyway.
So the situation that was already bad is now gone from bad to worse. For the Chiefs, who have 1/11th of their opponent's kills, and again, just GAM not falling for it at all.
I mean, it was a good look, but Mir just gets stopped. If Mir was able to get his ult off to deny that CC, get onto Artemis, it probably looks a lot better. But unfortunately, not channeling the Heartbreaker.
Jimmy coming in with no HP.
Yeah, I think Corky found him where he was teleporting.
Yeah. And Artemis is just, I mean, the game, for the most part, is over. I hate to call it early, but Artemis is fed out the wazoo. Unless you can land everything onto Artemis, which the big problem then being that he is not the only threat in this game, even though he's got the vast majority of the wealth.
Yeah, there's still a Corky that is strong. There's still a Diana that's very strong. And I mean, Varus, if left by himself, which you'd have to be if you want to kill Artemis, is just going to get ran over by an Udyr.
It feels counterintuitive. So you got this roster. I can understand how it fits into the roster, but you've got this team that heavily relies on just outright team fighting, and then you've got someone who prefers a poke. I mean, you're throwing out piercing arrows. You're not looking for sustained fights as the lethality Varus, unless you can land a Chain of Corruption. Then it's a different story. But yeah, look, it feels a bit dissonant cognitively.
Yeah. Well, Rift Shield going to be taken out by GAM. There's, I mean, wise of Chiefs not to come and contest this. They are very far behind, and it is going to come down to a desperation play for them to ever have a chance in this game, and I think Biopanther definitely going to need to get involved. Ultimately, you know, it's not his fault that he hasn't been. He's kind of stuck against his tower against an Udyr, as is laning against Udyr. But, yeah, unfortunately, I mean, he's the only person that hasn't yet been involved. Maybe he can be the difference maker. I fear that the 7-0 Callista probably just going to run circles around a Sion at this point of the game.
Yeah. I mean, she's just impossible to catch out, I think, at this point. And even if you do, the return Pop Blossom, and then, of course, Diana's jumping in. Oh, dear. Lemus has no HP.
Yeah, just managing to catch the root there was Leo, and Lemus does take a massive chunk of damage on the back end of that.
He's 0-3. So is Jimmy.
Flash away, walks to a bush. Yeah, I mean, their jungle is just not theirs anymore. It's the unfortunate nature of things. Now, if there ever was a way for them to win this game, you'd be relying on Mir being one of the greatest Callista players of all time, and you kill Mir, Artemis. You know, if you end up taking over this Callista's soul as a 7-0 Callista, there's a real world in which you can win a fight, but the setup would have to be immaculate, and GAM would also have to sort of allow it to happen. Obviously not by their own will, but just making an incorrect play.
I mean, the other problem for me is Biopanther has itemized against the Udyr. Spirit Visage first item means that, I mean, even with the Aegis, he's just got boots of swiftness on the Sion, so he's going to go down pretty easily to Artemis, honestly.
Yeah, at least the Aegis does have armor in it, and he's built this because eventually this Aegis will turn into an unending despair, which is buffed by the Spirit Visage. Now looking onto Kaya, maybe the only angle they can find. Here comes a lot of CC, but the flash out is there for the Udyr. Can Mir get there? No, he can't. Udyr just too fast of a champ. Unfortunately, they tried to find something. It's going to cost 2 ults, Solar Flare and Unstoppable Force.
I think if I'm being perfectly honest, as you know, an O's fan and a Chiefs fan, You draw this game out as long as possible. Not because you think you can win it, but because it gives you more time to talk about game 2. Because, I mean, look, there is an avenue back into this game, but is it really worth expending all that energy to try and brute force your way back when you're down 10k gold at 19 minutes?
Yeah.
I think your best bet is, yeah, just draw it out as long as possible, throw what you can at them, try and slow them down, talk about what you are doing game 2 to actually make this a viable series.
Yep. I completely agree. While, yes, we have seen one comeback more significant than this in terms of raw gold value in the LCP this split, the context is a little bit different. The scaling was there, of course, in that TLN series, as well as just a little bit later into the game was the gold lead so treacherous.
Yeah, we're at a drastically different point in the game, and I mean, Artemis is that confident that he can pretty much go where he wants solo with limited support locally. Voracious out of Khan, so still not enough being done, unfortunately, to justify the Ruinous. And again, even with as hectic a game as it has been, I don't think we're going to see enough to justify it.
Well, maybe, you know, raid mechanics not online, don't quite know how to prayer flick. There could be an angle where the Arakan does enough to some champs. Levi going to go in, he's going to get stunned up, but that's the load blow in there on the Diana, who now goes forward. Mia needs to try and find a reset, but before he can do that, that is the support going down. He's going to ult out to make sure he doesn't go down with the rest of his team. BioPanther going to flash away. He will at least be able to survive, and a lot of damage comes down to Elio, but not quite enough. The Chain of Corruptions landing or not.
Mira is effectively a back scratcher to Kiyo right now.
I think everyone is.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I really just... It definitely feels like the lethality Varus was counterintuitive and relied on GAM not just base rolling the Chiefs team, and yeah. Look, I think again we're seeing the situation where just because something is available doesn't mean you should always pick it. And yeah. At what point do you just fundamentally reevaluate the way you're approaching the game?
Yeah. I mean, just completely one shot. And that's kind of before Artemis even got there. Elio as well manages to find 3. Good mechanics by Mir to be able to buffer that and not also go down.
I mean, the other problem that I'm seeing is, you know, Jimmy is going for more that tank build, so he's not going to be dishing out as much punishment, which means that there is only 1.5 significant damage dealers on the map, being Lemus as that lethality Varus and Mia, who, I mean, Triforce is, he's working towards the second item. So there just is no threat whatsoever out of this Chiefs team.
What was the game 2 time of?
We beat it by 18 seconds.
Hold up! BioPanther found a way in. He's found his way on to Artemis, crucially. And then comes the hero's entrance. Could this be it? Could this be a way back in? There's a lot of damage being dealt. That's one withdrawal. Artemis finding so many spears. And yes, they're not getting the kills, but that's much needed gold. It's some respite. It's some farm now that can be claimed. What an angle by BioPanther.
Oh, what a shot.
Artemis, I mean, again, you wish that was a 1,000 gold shutdown, but crucially, it is at least a couple hundred in the back pocket, as well as some tempo down, but again, now it's just the Infernal Soul going over.
Yeah, I mean, 15 kills in the game, one of which has gone the way of the Chiefs, and that was Mir coming in to mop up after the tower dive.
You know, I'm from Oceania. It's 4. They got 3 withdrawals. I'm counting it.
Yeah. I mean, look, either way. That is Infernal Soul taken. Yeah, great pinch from Bio. Brilliant stuff on the backside. Hero's entrance to follow it up as well. They get pretty much everything they could want. Unfortunately, there was just no one in position to deal damage to Artemis following it up, which meant that, yeah, Bio does go down as a result. So realistically, they could have taken that without dropping a single death, but best of a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, BioPanther finding an amazing flank there. He does have teleport available to himself. There are teleport wards in the bot lane. If he can find the same angle, do the same thing. Artemis now this time, unfortunately, does have flash. Still going forward. Mir gonna have to use that ult to get out, and we'll be able to at least do that. Clears one more wave, but this tower going down is an inevitability, as well as mid. Kaya pushing in these waves, pressuring them in. No Baron just yet, but 1 minute away, and if GAM want to take it, you feel like they are just able to do so.
Hero's entrance is coming off cooldown right now. So there is not a better time than now to commit to this fight.
Yeah, Panther doing what he can to delay. Hero's entrance coming in, but it's only going to be on the tanks. Panther, he's denying a lot of time. He does eventually go down. He's going to respawn though. Going to try and find the damage here onto Artemis. He's whacking away at that health bar, but Artemis is just jumping forward. He's got the 2 Rens. He's got the 3 Rens. He's got the flash forward, but Mir has made enough distance. But it's Artemis wiping through the team fight, and GAM wiping their way through game number 1. It's the Vietnamese representatives who do strike first.
Lima's pulling the headset off there a bit, so I think there were some words being exchanged by the Chiefs, and there's just no damage threat coming out of this team, bar Lima's, who gets jumped on. The Chiefs left wanting in that draft, unfortunately. They kind of felt like they signed their own death sentence. GAM played that brilliantly. They played to the win condition, which is just Artemis going absolutely ham. They fed him all the gold. They died once that game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just pretty flawlessly played. The one positive that came out of that from Chiefs is Panther, despite, you know, the mental state you probably find yourself in when you're in that kind of situation, was still there to find, you know, a play. He found the play. If there was no Voracious Arakan in League of Legends, then that would have been a lot of gold going over to the Chiefs.
And into the pocket of Lemus as well, which is where it was desperately needed.
Yeah, but unfortunately, just not enough coming out of there. In the early game, left a lot to be desired. Jimmy just kind of dying for no reason. He had flash, he could have flashed. Maybe it's going to be answered by Artemis's flash, but then at least, Ares's flash, but at least then there's a true gank opportunity, right? Trading flash for flash, Galio with Corki, you can look for a gank then from Mir, but there wasn't really anything you could do. The game got way out of control way too quickly, and Artemis was just having free reign.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that comes off the back of they just sacked mid lane. You know, they picked the Galio, Corki is the immediate response, and you kind of just give it up there. I mean, yeah, look, you could have pivoted. Honestly, seeing that the Udyr was picked and how things went, Galio probably wouldn't have been the worst matchup into an Udyr, and they could have picked something else for Jimmy in the mid lane. I'm not saying it would have been a different result, but it would have probably been a little bit more comfortable for him, and it likely wouldn't have started off the way that it did. Whatever the case may be, 25-minute game, not the fastest yet, unfortunately, as we've already set that new record tonight. We're not going to set a new one. But Chiefs need to change something fundamentally going into the next draft. I have a lot of questions about the lethality, Varus.
Yeah, I think it was a curious pick. The fights, how I see it is GAM want an explosive fight in many ways, right? They have the Nico, they want it to just start off. Nico goes in, Levi follows up, and Artemis is able to hit with Ares, and a lot of burst damage does come through in that regard. And the Chiefs have built a bunch of tanks that should do pretty well against the majority of those champs, barring the Callista. And I think, I genuinely think we have an entirely different game on our hands if we do have the lethality Varus. The on-hit Varus at that one grub fight that ultimately decided the game. I believe we're going to see it here.
Yeah,
I almost want to just sit here counting Varus auto attacks because he does get a lot off.
Chains of Corruption miss. He's still at 1. Piercing.
It's up here. It's up here. You know, the piercing arrow does damage.
3, 4, 5, 6.
And by here he'd be wrapped up fully.
8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, and I just have to imagine how much more damage he could have done, especially to a selected target there. If he had the Blight, you know, the W additional damage that it does, as well as the lethal tempo stacked up. Jimmy just not paying attention to his screen, unfortunately, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, look, a lot left to be desired for the Chiefs, especially after the 2-week break. I think we were holding out a little bit more hope for them in that time off. But look, I'm not putting it down to the individual skill. I think the draft really hindered them a little bit there. They sort of backed themselves into a rather unfavorable corner, and they just had to take their lumps. So I think you come in with a fresh draft. Obviously, a lot going to be out of the pool with the Fearless draft and the ban phase. Come in with something a little bit fresher, something that, you know, you can play a lot more comfortably than that, because that just looked, you know, like sand in your shoe, uncomfortable, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. I mean, this is just Artemis highlight reel here. I thought maybe there was an angle, but just look at him. He's got so much attack speed. He's completely unhindered. Just completely melting through whoever he wants to auto attack. Yeah, rough stuff. I mean, the game was just over at this point. Mir does manage to make it out with his life. But
yeah, I definitely think they were backed into a corner from the draft. There's only so much you can do in a situation where, look, there was a window where they could have actually kept that competitive, but they lose a couple of big fights, and from there it's just over.
yeah, absolutely. An unfortunate end to game number 1, but there is more left in the series for those Oceanic hopefuls. Can they turn it around in game number 2? Can they take us to a third game? We'll find out very shortly.
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for.
It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually like compete in this league, so I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of like is similar or kind of the same to like Evie's. We play for like map movements. We want to make sure that like if there's any lead, we just kind of like elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in like the LCPs.
Looking down at all the junglers available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of like the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for like the environment and playstyle, this kind of thing. Like I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently like playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面这样。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is like the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about like the map state.
When I stumbled across Lawn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. That was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player who's like really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. Like we want to win, and like I think it's just like such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然后让他们跌破眼镜。
As the underdogs, I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Và em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến hạt nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu.
Chỗ dựa vững chắc,
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Gia thôi, thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lane và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó. Thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid.
Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là ảnh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là ảnh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
AC Love chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Tính dài vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin á. Em sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì để mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
He played as well as he could, yeah.
We're back. We're back.
Well,
Series
we are.
2?
Yeah, barely. Barely. I don't know if you can call that back after the first game. The Chiefs... whatever the case may be, I'm going to stick to my guns and I say that draft just didn't do them any favours.
Yeah.
And it just gave GAM the opportunity to really steamroll over them. Going into the second game, I think a lot of the problem pieces are just going to be banned out entirely. I mean, the Callista, I don't think, honestly, Callista was that big a deal. It's just what they gave to it in the end.
Yeah. No, I'm inclined to agree. Ambissa, Rumble and Jace going to be taken away from GAM as the Chiefs do opt once more into the blue side. It's going to be the Cassante, the Skarner and the Aurora taken away. And now we're going to see the Ashe. Good start to the draft in my opinion.
Now, yeah, we were talking about this in the break. I vocally said my concern. If Lemus picked Misfortune here, I think that was just it. That's it. There's no way. It's just too situationally dependent. You need the setup. If you don't have the setup, Misfortune is just completely wasted in the draft. Ashe, however, can have a lot more effect, playing a little more of that supporty role. The Ezreal coming in response, not that big an issue. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just being that on-hit Ashe, being able to just shred through those tanks, I think works very, very well. Nidalee coming out for Levi. I think this does work in favour of Chiefs again. Italy, if she doesn't get ahead, if she doesn't have a good game, is just melted.
Yeah. It is a very, very, very feast or famine champ. So, I mean, I'm feeling positive about that pick as a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
I rarely see this Italy pick pay dividends. Levi, admittedly,
especially when you're playing it.
Yeah, well,
for the first time in how long in our ranked games? Yeah, whatever. No, look, yeah, I think the Brom as well. Great counter pick into that is, you know, the Israel and the Italy both struggle into the Brom with that shield wall. Renekton just immediately out the gate.
Yeah, one of the champions, Bio Panther, in his career has found a lot of success on. So happy to see him on that again. Has a lot of skirmishing potential. Is going to be vulnerable to lane swaps. Oh my goodness. All right, we've got an honorable top lane matchup on our hands. A very 50-50 matchup. Hopefully we get to see them actually lane against each other.
Now there is a Giga Brain world in which this is actually a Jimmy and Renekton in the middle lane. I think, again, odds are pretty low on that.
That's true.
Given that they've targeted out top lane, I think it is likely going to be Bio's pick there in the top side, which does leave Jimmy in with something. And I do. I want to see him have the opportunity to go control mage. I'm really, for Chief's sake, hoping that Victor isn't banned out, because I think Jimmy in on Victor could do a lot this game.
I would like to see that as well. The one win did come off the back of Jimmy and on the Victor. Not saying that it was only him, of course, but he did have a lot of impact in that game.
Final ban going the way of the Chiefs. They ban out the Rakan. I mean, I would imagine it's probably going to be Alistar Leone or something along those lines paired with the Israel. I'd be surprised if... maybe even a Rel is an option, I suppose. But Yone... Okay, I think they are looking to enable Jimmy in this game.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to cop a blind pick again just by virtue of being on the blue side. But mid lane not that impacted by blind picking, you know, without some fringe cases. See though, will it be the support locked in here? They already know what they're against. Don't see a reason not to.
Yeah, that would be the smart option.
Okay,
Bard, second appearance of the tournament, came out yesterday. He's going to come out again today.
Very good into the Ashe. You know, mobile carries do struggle against the Tempered Fate.
Brilliant onto the Brom as well, removing that range denial. Now, onus onto the Chiefs to round out this draft strongly. Lee Sin, I don't hate it, honestly, for Mir. It can be that tip of the spear, can make some plays. And it can be a great peel tool, yeah.
It does well into Nidalee early game, as well as you can do into Nidalee's early game. And he also played very well on the Lee Sin, for my money, in the Team Secret Wales series. And the Azir. Now this is a champ that certainly, if Jimmy does get gold on, will be able to carry a game with. Also, not that much threat onto an Azir as we see yet. Victor, however, still can come through, makes the lane a lot more difficult to navigate. Although Victor very vulnerable to a Lee Sin Azir combo.
Again, I said it earlier in the broadcast, I think Azir struggles situationally. Hawaii coming in as the response.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent Azir game.
Yeah. But, I mean, situationally, it's really struggled, especially in these bottom four teams. They just haven't found the openings that they need to for the Surima Shuffle, Emperor's Divide. I think Hwei offers an immense amount of range threat. We've seen some great Hwei play, ironically enough. And, yeah, just it does reasonably well in the mid lane, doesn't have to get too close to be effective, and, yeah, just a huge amount of lockdown potential if he's played correctly.
Poltron giving his final words, headset off, fist bumps, and off we go. Game number 2. GAM leading the series 1-0. It's the Chiefs now, backs against the wall. They have to win here to take us to a game 3 to have a chance at winning the series. I think they've done a good job in draft this time.
Definitely feels a lot more comfortable this time around. They haven't backed themselves into a corner, I think, much the same way they did in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, I think last draft was fine other than builds. You know, going lethal tempo, I think, changed it. But
even, you know, Galio just saying, whatever. He can play in the Corki and just, It was a rough one, but Chiefs looking to regain here. I think this draft works a lot better. Lemus has a lot less to worry about in terms of, you know, playing a lethality, whereas this time it's just auto attack, build up stacks, work with the Brom, get those stuns off, and China Crystal arrow down the lane. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. See if we can see any of those cross-map Ash ults. I believe Shogun yesterday, maybe? I can't remember now. Maybe it was Eddie. Anyway, we saw a couple of them. Chiefs going for Prio here in GAM's topside jungle. Levi is going to give over the bush.
Conqueror is here in the mid lane. So looking for a little bit, I suppose, more sustain, a little bit of a ramp up into fights. I don't know how much it suffers without the lethal tempo, but that's
it'll be fine.
Triple Conqueror, which is not what you see every day.
Oh yeah, true. Of course, for these champs is fairly standard, either lethal tempo or the Conqueror for Azir, and then Lee Sin and Renekton. I mean, theoretically have other rune choices, but in reality, not really.
Yeah. I mean, press the attack, which yeah, we know how that goes.
Yeah.
I think it's just what is off. I think, yeah, Jimmy's Conqueror gives me the most question, but I don't think it is a complete throwaway.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it gives you more damage earlier on in the fight, and the scaling damage is reasonably comparable anyway. The additional, adaptive force you do gain from that rune. Top lane matchup favors Jax for the first 3 levels, and then has to play cautiously around the Fury of the Renekton, as you're seeing here. Walks in immediately level 1, presses E, runs it by Panther, takes aggro from the minions, stacks up the E damage to the highest it can go, and has a pretty good time for himself. Unfortunately, Color the Meek does go wide there from Biopanther, so it does change the dynamic a little bit, as Kiaya now going to be very comfortable in this lane.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the case. It was going to likely have to come down to jungle intervention, but yeah, not to be. Level 2's been hit down on the bot side. Fluon does connect with a Q. There is potential to really chunk out Artemis, but again, Artemis is hitting these Mystic shots. Lemus is taking damage.
A great job.
Yeah. Duck dive. Keep out of that damage threat. Do as much damage back as you can.
Very ahead in terms of mana too, of course. Azir not really expending that much unless needing to escape and using Q. Artemis though now trading very well for himself with these auto attacks empowered.
I mean, that is I think the beauty of the Conqueror as well, because obviously Hui has an ability cycle and then he's got to wait for cooldowns, whereas Azir, he's just a turkey with a spear.
Yeah, not even his spear. It's the best part.
Yeah. Up on the top side, it is, yeah, like you said, going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight. Bio does catch the stun, but he's got the stun of his own.
Yeah, this is a really good look for him. I think Kaya may be overplaying his hand a little bit. Biopanther, it's a matchup he's played many times in his career. He knows it like the back of his hand. You expect him to do very well in it, and thus far is doing as well as you'd expect. Hardest part of the matchup already pretty much navigated. Well, I want to look at top. Yeah. Biopanther, get him.
Go, son.
That's it.
Go, son.
Mia's here just to make sure it does happen, but no. Very close. Still, that's a massive pickup to just force Kiaya out of the lane this early. Much earlier than... Oh, Levi gets the smite, unfortunately.
Missed it by that much. But yeah, no, alleviates a lot of the pressure now to the top side, and if they want to look for something, Kiaya doesn't really have the security, I suppose. Has teleported back, doesn't have the flash. And once we do see Biopanther back, he's going to get himself enough that he's going to be a real threat in this top lane, and Kiaya has to play a little bit more cautiously. Elio is off doing bad things.
Yeah, it's that time of the game. Elio could lick some meeps and feel pretty good about it. Biopanther up in the top side, now that he do force out that teleport, means that he can actually trade very heavily, and as long as he doesn't die, we'll be able to teleport back to this lane, and it makes it a lot easier for him to navigate. Still, you do have to get that recall off without dying. The immediate combo, the power is in favor of Kiaya having that extra Ruby Crystal available.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see a bit of a desync in terms of teleport synchronicity, and the fact that Bio's still trying to find that window to get back.
Oh, nice. Stun coming through from Elio there onto Lemus, but no follow-up from Artemis. Minions able to thwart that. 3v3 on the bot side. Luong getting very low, does have to heal. Mir waiting, biding time. Luong gonna put up that door, but this might just be first blood. Does have to flash away. Mir should be completely fine. Thankfully avoiding.
Oh, there was a lot of threat heading down to that bot side. As Sway was working his way down there as well. Pickaxe for Bio means that when he turns around, it is going to hurt. Despite having a lamppost and the strength of a demigod, Kiaya is, yeah, he's going to be suffering a little.
Yeah, definitely. Ruby Crystal versus Pickaxe is not where you'd want to be after first backs in this lane matchup, and that was once again just off to possibly better matchup knowledge coming through from BioPanther. I have actually 1v1'd them as this matchup roughly 10 times, so.
And of those 10 times,
I
how's it
lost
gone?
every single one.
Okay.
From both sides of it.
Well, I mean, I have to say Chiefs doing a lot better in terms of riding the ship than I necessarily expected after that first game. But obviously a slightly cleaner draft. They're going to get the Void Grubs reasonably freely. Levi obviously over towards the Dragon Pit is going to look for that Infernal to start things off for the game. And I mean, look, again, teams are going to prioritize these Void Grubs until unfortunately the Wiffle Bat hits them. The Nerf Bat coming just around the corner. And look, to be fair, things are going well for the Chiefs. They haven't conceded anything significantly. Yeah, there's a bit of... No, it was a 300 gold lead down in that bot lane going over towards Artemis, but they've brought it back just a little bit. It's only 100 gold. And now Bio's having the lane that he wants. Yeah.
Doing well. BioPanther ahead. The rest of the map, not so much. But ultimately, gold lead, pretty insignificant. 300. 100, you know, between jungle and bot and mid. You do expect it though. The Azir should probably be going down to the Hui early on, and it's like you get 6, so now that there's 7, there is angles onto the Hui.
Yeah, I mean, Bio's having a great time here as well. Now it has the Dragon Kick, so there is chance for isolation, and Bio, yeah, just ducks himself away. Yep. There is a team fight, bro, and you can just feel it. The tension is just growing, and it is going to be an explosive fight.
Yeah, both teams trying to just get to those one items.
Meals on wheels, coming to the mid lane to give RS a bit of a heal. Oh dear, you love it. The power of the bard just offers so much.
Yeah,
roams pretty effectively.
Nothing up here. Levi looking for an invade, but Mir already clearing out the camps up here means he should be getting okay. Maybe able to get the blue buff that is spawning reasonably soon. BioPanther still trading very positively up here in the top side, but you know, Jax, Kaya on the Jax doing a very good job for himself in terms of getting those CS numbers up, and actually manages to bring back the gold just a little bit.
I mean, we're seeing 80 carries both hitting 6. Enchanted Crystal Arrow up and available, and that has to be an ever-present threat in the back of GAM's mind, because we've seen the downtown arrow have some devastating effect.
Yeah. I would like to see it. You know, at this stage of the game, you're not really expecting to find a kill bot lane. There's a cleanse on Artemis. What's the point of throwing it at him? Yeah, you get the cleanse, then what? I'd like to see, you know, he's recalling now. You can set it from base. It's a little bit easier to angle it when you're just shooting it straight down the mid lane. We see pings going down, but he's not firing it. Maybe concerned. No.
It's about finding prime opportunity at this stage. Things are teetering on a knife's edge. You can feel that it is just moments away from kicking off. Tempered Fate now there for Elio, and that could be a problem for Jimmy, and especially eating that spear.
He does have teleport, so I think both mid laners are now heading to teleport. Oh, wait a second. This could be a good angle. Dominus available. Gonna have to try and wait out. There's the counter strike. BioPanther getting low. Gonna be able to pop that ultimate now. Does do so. And in comes the burst, and it's gonna be first blood picked up by Mir, but answered back. Unfortunately, the tower ramp does do enough to then secure a kill over. But still, this is a lot of minions going down. Mir gonna be able to pick himself up the plate, as well as the assist gold, meaning gold swing in favor of the Chiefs off the back of that.
Yeah, I think... I wouldn't say it was hugely detrimental there. I think you get the extra experience on Bio, so he's going to sit a little bit cleaner. Yeah, it definitely felt a bit clunky. Trying to wait out the Counter-Strike Grandmaster there as well. And Bio takes a bit of damage, pops the Dominus. Yeah, hung around a bit too long, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Mir popping the emoji, the big Chiefs emote.
Yeah, I think you would have liked to have seen Mir maybe tank it up, just with the extra mobility and whatnot, maybe able to get himself out. But regardless, it was a positive trade, definitely in favor of BioPanther and Mir on that top side. And more trades like that you're going to want to see. BioPanther taking a pretty bad one from South, but with Color the Meek and the Fury, probably able to heal this back up, no problems whatsoever. However, Void Grubs will be going over to Levi. There's no contest coming through. Or maybe there is.
Jimmy will likely be collapsed on there though, which is the issue. So I think this is a smart call. Dragon's not far off. Bio under the tower, big smack, big bonk onto Kiaya, who is taking some damage.
Yeah, nice trade back there by BioPanther. Does lose one tower plate, but ultimately not the end of the world.
I mean, we are sort of in that lull period, you know, post level 6, but before we start to see items coming out. Luon does not have Glacial Fissure though.
Yeah.
He needs that because it's just going to be so impactful in the team fight.
If only BioPanther knew what we knew, be able to trade very aggressively onto this Jax. Lima's trying to find damage on Artemis and does find a reasonable amount, as well as dipping out. We'll be able to sidestep the True Shot barrage as well. No teleport here for Kaya. Gonna lose a lot if he does channel it fully, but no, he doesn't.
Chief just posturing around the spot. So Luan needs to get to a lane. He needs to get that experience. He's right there. He's on the cusp. Just please hit your 6. Have that Glacial Fissure threat, because Tempered Fate's already up for Elio. So he's going to have that. Kill some minions. Come on, please. Get him the 6. He desperately needs it. Because all of a sudden, yeah, there we go. Finally. Luan 6. They can now look to start threatening this dragon fight, because they will have the CC in lockdown to just really ruin GAM's day.
Scuttle Crab for Levi. We'll use Smite to secure it. Oh, Charter Crystal Arrow seeming...
No, it was the Braum passive.
The Braum, nice. Even connecting with another one does Luan.
But again, Lemus is just taking so much punishment in lane. He needs to work on his dodging abilities. He just takes too much free punishment, but a great flash out.
Yeah, Tempered Fate can be responded to by a flash. You know, some people opting to get hit by it and then flash after. I think a wise decision not to do that. Now BioPanther looking for a re-engage under this tower. There's no counter-strike available. Gonna be flash, gonna be Cull of the Meek and the Slice and Dice. And once again, BioPanther showing his prowess on the Renekton Jax matchup. It's possibly one of the most played matchups of all time, and especially in the top lane. But himself there on the Renekton getting the upper end of it.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, just knowing his limits there in such a familiar matchup. Goes in, I mean, tanks a tower shot. Rough, but not the end of the world. Takes a bonk. Kiaya believes that that's the time to go in. But the Cold to Meat gets him a little bit extra HP, and Bio knows full well, yeah, this is where I can pop off. Big damage, finishes him off, gets himself away unpunished as well.
Yeah, really good play, and now he finds himself at a significant advantage. This dragon will be going over, and that is going to be the first feat completed. It's the objective one, going over now to GAM. Still, you know, the feat of warfare not collected yet. Chiefs, they're 1 kill away from doing so. The tower as well, of course. Top lane getting punished. I mean, BioPanther has the capability here, if he does find a kill, to actually secure both of those 2 at the same time. Kaya going down would almost certainly lead to the tower if not responded to very promptly.
24's up though, Vikaya. So,
massive item.
Yeah, big power spike early on for him. But off the back of that, I mean, Rift Herald minute 40, he's going to rotate himself down. Look to set up that early vision before the Herald is up. I mean, look to get scuttled as well, try and figure out where Mir is. Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, Jimmy, and I think now, I mean, he's definitely going to know now there's a ward in the bush.
But he does, I mean, he has had that bailout as well. Hitting level 11 as well. Level 2, Emperor's Divide. He could look to make a play here for a kill, but the root, oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's...
Levi.
Yeah.
Beautiful mechanics.
Fancy
Beautiful. Able to sidestep the Emperor's Divide. Jimmy tries to get out of there some way, somehow, not able to do so. Unfortunately, Any escape limited off by the route that came through from Ares, and they're able to find themselves the angle. Now, Mia back up on this top side. We've seen this once before. This time, Kyo even more HP, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go wide. And with that, any real attempt at a dive, less than likely. But Luon now here. Kyo going to pop that Grandmaster's Might. No one yet going to be... Oh, okay. This could be good for Chiefs. Unfortunately, Luon getting very low is going to get out. Heal going to be used as well, mostly for the movement speed. But here comes Artemis and here comes Levi. Unable to find a way in. Dicey, but nothing really all that bad happening for either team.
Yeah, I think there's a world where Chiefs just overcommit, die into the tower, and the game's over from there. But they make the right call. They make the smart call. Back off, keep the resources they have. Tempered Fate is now out, which means that Bio can just push this wave in and clear out that tower. Unfortunately, I think RS has already rotated into that top lane to try and deal with it. They also got the tower down on the bot side, so it wasn't going to be going their way. I don't know, Chiefs, look, they're still in a great spot. They still have the opportunity to win these big fights and just absolutely shatter GAM in the course of Game 3.
I think I've seen this reneged in a Penguin movie.
Yeah, the Happy Feet.
Yeah.
Look, maybe he can give some lessons to Lemus because he keeps taking, abilities to the face and taking damage and situations where he really should be avoiding it as best he can. At this stage, 16 odd minutes. Ida Khan coming up in just over 3. Third Drake of the game in about 2. Jimmy, and again, I'm still struggling a little bit with this Azir pick because of how situational it is.
Oh, no, he gets hit. He's going to be able to use a shuffle to get out, but all the damage landed from max range spear. Now Rift Herald is what GAM are going to decide to start up with. Elio does get hit there by... Oh, no. I hate when that happens. It's a Bard classic.
The 2D tunnel.
Yeah, the dysfunctional tunnel. Now, members are here for the side of Chiefs. Luong going to take a sizable amount of damage, but able to get away from any follow-up on that Essence Flux. Now, Lemus trying to zone away Elio. That means he's not going to be available in the pit. Once again, Mystical Journey comes through. It's a nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Does connect there onto Levi, but the Tempered Fate's even better. In they go. Mir's going to be locked up, and the red team does smite that away as Levi on the Nidalee. Elio does get the flash out, and the rest of Chiefs do disband from this fight. Now Artemis gets locked up, and Mir a better man than me. I might have accidentally hit my Q key.
Elio,
back of that.
Massive clutch Tempered Fate there. If he didn't hit that, Levi gets isolated out with the Dragon's Kick.
Yeah. And
they just absolutely collapse in, and I think from there they could just work through GAM front to back pretty simply. Unfortunately, Lemus has taken more damage. Look, an uncharacteristically quiet game, I think, for the LCP at its current state. We're 18 minutes in and only 4 deaths across both teams.
Yeah. It's still, the feet are available. Oh no, actually tower went down top.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, Elio is just a menace right now on the Rift. He's just making this so much harder for Chiefs than it would have been otherwise. And I still think that Chiefs probably have the stronger of the 2 drafts, but the fact that they've struggled to lock down a single target and kill them off is a bit of a problem.
For sure. I mean, neither team really succeeding at that all that well. Both teams will scale completely fine as the game goes on as well. We have a very even game on our hands. It is a little bit unfortunate and likely mostly off the tower that GAM do find themselves with a gold advantage, almost 2k as things stand. Dragon now up as well. There are 2 dragons to 0.
Just hide in the brush because they couldn't possibly be anywhere else. But yeah, this Bio should be fine. Realistically, he might even be able to 1v2 this.
Yeah, he's going aggressively. Flash gets the stun. Can they follow up onto Levi, though? There's no follow-up for the time being. The slice and dice. He might just get the 2v1 kill. Levi with the flash, though. The color of the mix there, but RS is going to be able to follow up with the damage. It's still traded, though. It's a 1-for-1. Top laner for support. You'd have to usually favor the side of GAM in this instance. And Levi with constant healing coming through on the Nidalee is just a little bit too insurmountable for the time being. But if Chiefs can somehow navigate their around to delay this dragon, there is a teleport available for Biopanther. There's no flash, there's no ultimate, so he's a weakened Croc. But still, that does mean there is no dragon for the time being. Oh no, Luon's been found. He's been found shopping. He's trying to get away. The flash, he stands behind the Lee Sin. So much damage. Artemis does find the eventual kill.
Yeah, and momentary lapses in judgment like that are going to cost you big opportunities, and it is going to be translated into a Drake. So, yeah, a bit rough there. GAM definitely being put through their paces, but they've shown that they're an intensely capable team. So we'll have to see if Chiefs can right that ship once again. I mean, again, I still have problems with this here. It's too situational. If you don't land the shuffle, and while BioPanther is an absolute beast and almost pulled off the 1v2 here, I think Elio again slows down that push. They do hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They have the... I don't know why they just immediately didn't turn and burn onto Elio and remove him from the equation, because that definitely would have made it a little bit more flexible for them to follow up.
Yeah, a little bit surprised they didn't just use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on Levi as well, while he was stunned. Jimmy, and now he's gonna face the wrath of the Nidalee and will certainly be going down, trying to find some damage on the way out. And oh! Shield from the Streamer shuffle, he's up, but how much longer? The flash from Kaya does secure the kill. I mean, it was a valiant effort, but in the meanwhile, you saw 2 bottom. It's the Atakan being started up by Chiefs. It's going to be a hard sell, I think. This objective does not go down in any prompt amount of time, and Kaya now teleporting in means that there is no numbers advantage. In fact, GAM are the ones at an advantage. Artemis pulling up as well, and here comes Levi through the jungle. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go wide. The Tempest Fate, however, will not. And now Kaya is on top of that Ash, but a nice kick from Mir does get him out. It's still GAM going forward. Levi trying to throw these spears. Bard slowing down everyone, and Artemis claiming himself yet another victim.
Again, missteps around the map costed them opportunities, which would have been more closer to a 50-50, which are now slipping 60-40, 70-30 in
Jimmy has
favor of
teleport.
GAM. He does.
BioPanther still with the ultimate available.
But no Emperor's Divide.
Artakan is doing a lot of damage. Zia can as well. It's Hui trying to zone away Lemus and doing a good job for the time being. Mir does go in, but he's just going to get turned and burned, and he's getting blasted down. But BioPanther and Mir makes it in somehow. BioPanther's going to be able to take down Kiara up in the top side. That's going to be another kill going over, or not. Yes, eventually it is. Does he have the access to another dash? No, he doesn't, but the withdraw is all that will be lost. Mir has the Q on the Atakan, and some way, somehow, they're able to secure that, a shutdown and more, as heroic plays across the rift from Chiefs.
I'm beginning to wonder if Mir is just an abbreviation. It's made ridiculous, because he had 1 HP in a dream, and the dream was just absolutely brilliant. Over the wall, into the Atakan, steals it away. Oh, that is true peak Lee Sin gameplay. Jumping not only into a counter strike, losing all of your HP, then backing off over the wall. Because he jumped straight face first in the stun. 1 HP in a dream, over the wall, says, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? And gets it, pulls it off. Brilliance.
Even goes in aggressively here, I believe, and loses his withdrawal to Artemis eventually. But Chiefs, they're still not ahead, but they've found more play. They're only 1k gold down. They secure themselves a tower to even up the gold. They are very much in struggle street when it comes to the Dragons, though. They're going to have to try and make sure they're staying healthy, they're staying up, and Artemis is being moved! You absolute madman has made his way in. He's going to get withdrawn, but Artemis is shut down. Lemus going a bit too far forward, though, will also find the same fate. But Jimmy wailing away at those health bars. It's a massive time to be a Chiefs fan, as maybe, just maybe, there's hope.
Things are starting to come together. The O's boys have brought it back. A 3k gold deficit now swung back in favor. They lose the withdrawals, but that was moments away from timing out anyway. They find the kill onto Artemis as well. If you keep him down, things get a lot easier. Unfortunately, the gold not going into Lemus's pocket, but at least it's going into someone's pocket on the Chiefs.
Yeah, it went into Jimmy, and so I'd argue is even more important, because Ash can still fill a role. It's just a great ult from Lemus, but Mir with the fantastic insect. Artemis nowhere to go. Mir probably didn't want to actually dodge the Tempered Fate, but will do so. And, you know, Lemus maybe gone a bit too far forward. Still offering some play in the game there for Jimmy, who is now at 2.5 items. He's very, very strong. And we do have in 30 seconds a potential soul fight. BioPanther, he needs to get that top priority. He needs to come down because we've seen how much impact he can have. A lot of damage coming through. Lemus getting chunked out, he's getting taken out, he's got no flash and he's shut down. And as quick as they find play, they throw it away. It's unfortunately gonna have to be a 4v5. BioPanther trying to find his way in, and he will! He's found Elio, can they get the secure afterwards? No, the flash is there. A nice kick from Mir to get Jax out of harm's way as BioPanther being locked down. Elio skirting around these team fights, and unfortunately, game number 2, it looked okay for a moment, but if Chiefs want to get it done, it's gonna have to be against the Mountain Soul.
Oh my lord. What is it with Oceanic teams and hubris? Why are you playing so aggressively as an Ashe with no flash and limited to no support? Because all of a sudden you get collapsed on, and now it's Soul going the way of GAM, and it's Mountain Soul to boot, which means that they're even harder to kill than they were not that long ago. So, whatever the case may be, Chiefs just cannot make it easy for themselves.
Still, you know, as we scale into the game, there is still chances. Unfortunately, of course, everyone watching at home knows as soon as that Mountain Soul does go down, the game becomes significantly more difficult. The additional health, we already see most of these fights, people living on minute amounts of health, and you know, you just have that much more to work with the resistances as well that you do gain of just the regular Dragon.
Chiefs are the guys that only play the campaign on Legendary difficulty, because otherwise it's not a challenge. Yeah, Lemus funnels into a choke point, runs back and forward. To be fair, GAM just absolutely identified that was their opportunity to go in. Mir.
Picture in picture. Timid Fate did come out. Mir now in a lot of trouble. The spears are going to connect. Mir's got nowhere to go, and down he will fall. Luan likely to follow suit. He's got no way out. Should be Baron, unfortunately. I would dare suggest going over to GAM. There's, you know, a limited amount of poke and engage that can be found. BioPanther, I think, might just have his time best spent down this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
teleporting in.
Reasonable answer, honestly. It's just straight death ball, which works for them.
Kalia no teleport. It's a 4v3 for the time being. They know where BioPanther is. There's a pink ward there. Jimmy and Lemus have to find some way to support this Croc. He's very, very strong. Magical Journey is there as Elio now comes behind BioPanther. Jimmy trying to find damage, but Kiai is behind him. The Baron is very low. It does get taken out. Levi's never going to miss that smite uncontested. And just as fast as it starts, the Chiefs are just tucking tail and heading back home.
Yeah. Yeah. This is unfortunately, you know, a brilliant answer from GAM into what is Chiefs draft, which is just straight deathball League of Legends. It's hard to play into a 5-man when there's, you know, it's
disaster. Jimmy found as well.
Jax, it's Kiaya. Yeah, and now this is going to be the slow bleed out. I think for the Chiefs, they've done their dash. It was a valiant effort, but GAM just have a great chokehold on the game. Unless we get the miracle team fight and Lemus is just allowed to wantonly spray arrows into GAM, I just don't see an avenue back in right now.
Yeah, definitely a less than optimal position in the game currently to the Chiefs. Jimmy as well. I mean, he's close. He's close to being at that point of the game you'd want to be as the Azir. But unfortunately, just, you know, down 2k gold. And goes for the recall. Oh, maybe even spotted on vision. Yeah, it was. Artemis though, on our screens, Timid Fate comes through, is going to keep him alive for the time being. Can the Chiefs find play here though? It's going to be Mir going over the wall. He finds another great kick. That's going to be Israel going down. This could be it. No. Okay, they do find him. It's traded. It's 1 for 2 at the moment in favor of Chiefs. BioPanther still going aggressively, but look at base. Jimmy getting back here to try and save what remains of the Chiefs Nexus, and will be able to keep the Nexus towers alive. It's still a team fight win in favor of Chiefs for the time being. Luan's going to go down. Not the worst thing to ever happen. BioPanther though.
Oh,
Lemus, he's got to protect him. Lemus is going to get locked down, and Lemus is going to get taken out. BioPanther with nowhere left to run. He's getting chased down. He's going to get stunned up. He has no ultimate. The slice and dice is there, however, maybe covering enough ground that he is going to be able to now escape for himself. Does make it out. All things said and done, it was a 2-for-1, turned into a 3-for-2 in favor of GAM as they teleport back into the base. BioPanther getting aggressive here onto Levi. There's no way he's ever killing that champion for the time being. Healing coming through as well for the Nidalee. 3 members strong. It's Jimmy and BioPanther with so much left to do, and Mir does respawn. It's a great Zhonya's. It's a fantastic Zhonya's. Mir now trying to cause havoc, but there's Lee Sin just not doing the damage, whereas the Hui and the Nidalee will. BioPanther back to life. He does have access to the Dominus. He's going to pop it. Can he keep himself alive for long enough? The Sterix gauge is there. RS taking a lot of damage, and Lemus will respawn. This could be GAM overstepping the mark. The Tempered Fate won't find what it needs to as Kaya will take that remaining Nexus Tower. BioPanther stunned up, unfortunately, and Kaya finds his way onto Luon. Slices down, and this Ashe champ is doing negative damage. A kind little back rub on the back of this Jax as the Nexus will go down, and GAM claim the series 2-0.
You can only be given so many opportunities in a tournament, in a series, in a game, whatever the case may be. The Chiefs had priority in that game. They overstepped their bounds again and again and again. And what could have been a Game 3 certainty turns into a 2-0 sweep. It's just, you can only hold out hope for so long that given an opportunity like this, arguably the biggest opportunity that OS team has ever seen on the international stage, and I hate to be as brutal as I'm about to be, but they are failing to live up to the opportunity that they've been spoon-fed.
Yeah, it is sad to see. I think that man on your screen there, though, BioPanther, deserves respect, I think, especially in game number 2 here. Did his absolute damnedest. It's Mir as well. You know, once again, it's a second series in a row where he's found a miraculous Artican steal. You know, off the back of admittedly, you know, BioPanther getting in there and assassinating Levi. But ultimately, it was Mir. He gets the Artican and played valiantly. But it's just, it always falls apart. And it's really sad to see myself as an Oceanic fan. You know, I love to support the region. I love to see them succeed. It's always disheartening to see it at this point. GAM, admittedly, you know, got to talk props to them. They capitalized on mistakes time and time again. I think Artemis, for my money, just has to be the player of the series. This guy,
yeah, look, justifiable. Like, yeah, they did. They just pivoted so perfectly. Even when they were playing in situations where they were behind, they just bided their time, waited for an opportunity, and boy, when that knife was in, they twisted it as hard as they possibly could for everything they possibly could. And again, I've said it a couple of times already, the Azir is good situationally, and every single time that we see it, the situation never presents itself. The Azir was 2-4 by the end of it. It really didn't feel like it did much, and even the Ashe, who could have been the tour de force for that game for the Chiefs, was, like you said, was doing negative damage onto Kiai at the end there.
Yeah, just an unfortunate reality of how that game progressed. I think not enough found in the game. Levi did a great job controlling the pace there on the Nidalee. Found, you know, multiple kills down in bot lane on Jimmy, and just limiting what he was able to do on the Azir for the most part. And while BioPanther, he was doing his best to find angles in these team fights, it never truly felt like there was all that much follow-up. It always felt like, okay, BioPanther has gone in, he's assassinated someone, there's possibility we can win this team fight. But something always occurred where it's like, okay, no, we haven't. Something's gone wrong. Mir as well, some of those Lee Sin kicks were phenomenal. Still wasn't enough. You know, twice did we completely kill Artemis, basically off the back of a Lee Sin kick and a Lee Sin kick alone, and unfortunately wasn't enough to take a true stranglehold over the game. And
I do have to say, disaster. The man on your screen right now, my MVP for that game. Elio was just instrumental in not just providing opportunities, but exploiting opportunities. Some of those tempered fates were just game-breaking for GAM, and there was no response for the Chiefs. Look, to be fair, the Chiefs had their own issues in that game. Poor positioning, poor communication. Elio, 0-2 and 11, doing exactly what a support needs to do. The guy did 7% of the team's damage, but he was the reason the rest of the team got that damage off.
Yeah, for sure. Those tempered fades. So the one around Rifffield in particular, somehow managing to catch Elisa mid-Q flight is impressive on the worst of days. I don't know. GAM, I think they've used this Lunar New Year break and really come back with a vengeance, because the only real critiques I'd have is that, I mean, a pretty obvious one. I don't think we should be dying solo to Renekton as the Jax. It is, Renekton is a very scary champion, and BioPanther's played a lot of it, but in general, you wouldn't want to see that. You give over those opportunities to another team, and you probably just lose the entire game off the back of it. Renekton being a pretty devastating champ when it comes to those team fights, but still, they're able to clean it up eventually and get it across the line. I mean, BioPanther here, I just wonder why could we not follow up on this immediate stun? Like, so much is being done.
Yeah,
I guess Lemus is very far away.
It seems that they're too focused on trying to salvage Bio for some reason when there was a free kill. This, definitely the biggest redeeming moment for me. I mean, other than the initial jump of the stun.
Yeah.
I think it was a much cleaner fight if Mia doesn't just jump into a stun, but a brilliant steal. Bio doing absolute work, and right here, another massive opportunity that they were able to capitalize on. Artemis.
I think Mia probably should have walked into that.
Yeah, he would have been in a much better spot. He took so much damage, but here, yeah. Brilliant call from GAM. They collapse in. Lemus has no flash, nowhere to go, and he's mopped up as is the rest of the team. Mia feels like he has to force the issue after the fact, and they think they can turn around with Jimmy. And my biggest problem with the Azir is he is sort of just a one trick. He goes in, Emperor's Divides, Zhonya's. That's it. There's no real sustainable fighting out of the Azir at the moment. And if you don't hit the big damage, there's no cleanup, there's nothing. And we can see what happens from there. GAM just mops up, step by step, front to back. Every single member of Chiefs is just cannon fodder.
Yeah, and it has to be said, while, Kaya left a lot to be desired in terms of his lane phase here, as soon as it came to those team fights, he was very, very much menacing. He was in the front, he was disrupting, he was doing a lot of damage. I think he did the most damage in the game by the end of it.
Yeah.
And ultimately did his job. Getting through the early game a little bit stronger, you're going to feel pretty good. And we know Kaya can. He's at Worlds performed like one of the best Jaxes in the world. So maybe a little bit surprising to see him go down so handily to BioPanther, but again, credit to Bio for that. But
well, I mean, I think it speaks to Kia playing for the team, whereas Bio is playing to dominate the lane and then also try and dominate the team. See, it felt like Bio had to do too much today, and that's a real problem.
And he did try his best. However, today's results, it's going to be Talon taking the 2-0 up against SoftBank and GAM taking the 2-0 against Chiefs. I think ultimately coming into today, you'd probably expect these as a non-biased viewer. I have a little bit of Chief bias, being that they're from my region, so I gave them one win in the series, didn't end up getting it, but I think this is probably the more expected result.
But yeah, you might be a Chiefs fan, but I'll be honest, I'm slipping here. At this point in the competition, if you're the Chiefs, you do everything you possibly can from here on out to prove that you deserve this opportunity. Because there are a lot of people, a lot of fans, especially the Vietnamese fans, the Japanese fans, who are going to be saying, why are these guys taking up a spot that we could be filling?
Yeah, I mean, fair critique. I'm sure they'll go back today, try and work out the kinks. Again, the positive thing for them is there are signs of strength, right? There are moments in these games that it's like, okay, they're good enough to be here. They're still not dead last. Technically, they're 7th, tied. So, and later on in the week, I believe Sunday, we get to see them up against SoftBank, and that, to me, should probably be the most telling game that we get to see. Ultimately, while the standings say something different, coming into the split, the top 3 teams I would have is Talon, GAM, and CFO. Vikings being crazy good, very, very impressive. Sort of switching that up on me, but you can be okay generally, your first split together as a team, different languages, different cultures, falling, but you really need to start tidying it up at the back end.
Yeah, I mean, we should be seeing improvement, and I just don't think we're seeing that out of the Chiefs. It's just consistently these weaknesses being exploited and exposing themselves. So, yeah, look, the next couple of play days, in fact, going into next week as well, there needs to be a lot of improvement, Sean.
For sure, but tomorrow's matches, exciting. I think we have CFO against Team Secret Wales. I mean, Team Secret Wales games tend to be very exciting, just by virtue of kind of how they play League of Legends, which I love to see. And then the second match, DFM up against Vikings. DFM on an upwards trajectory, I'd say, in general, very much off the back of Arya and Guwon in the mid and jungle, and I'm really excited to see what they bring out against Vikings, who are in our third position as things stand. I don't think this is a write-off by any stretch of the imagination. If Arya's performing how he has been so consistently recently, I think we could have a good series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, look, especially coming into week 2, the split as a whole, I definitely would have had Chiefs DFM down in the bottom, but DFM proving that they can hang with the big dogs, like you said, off the back of Arya and Guwon, and yeah, especially against Vikings, that is going to be a great limit testing opportunity for them.
Yeah, absolutely, but ultimately, unfortunately, the 2-2-0 series makes it a pretty quick night. I don't think tomorrow is shaping up for 2-2-0s. I think Team Secret Wales is just a team that you can never, ever, ever predict what's going to happen. Whether it be draft, whether it be whatever happens in the game. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. A quick one, 2 quick 2-0s in favor of TLN and GAM. But when we're back tomorrow, the other 4 teams we get to see in action. We'll see you there.
It's tragic how you can hate a stranger while loving their actions. You wanna be the